proof that he threatened a witness
No.
or something like that? I'm basically saying
She said that she was scared he was going to tell her about about she was scared that he was going to tell her something about tell something to Cassie. I can't remember what it was. He was scared about that. You guys, she was scared. She said she was scared, and that's why she kept working with him, because she's scared he was going to tell Cassie. Do y'all remember?
Yeah, I can't remember about the tampering thing. So for the law wizards, I'm sure they'll come up with something. Just let us know if that's what happened.
Now, Angela has a point here. He kept firing her. It's something I don't know. I just don't think it's going to be that easy. It's something I'm misinterpreting. I just can't believe it. There's something going on that I don't know about. She used the guy to get the 304 out of her. Y'all want to play. Y'all want to play. You remember, Renee? What was it that she kept working because she was scared he was going to tell Cassie something?
Oh, that they slept together, right? Was that it?
No, I don't think they admitted they slept together.
Oh, no. Mia. Okay, Cassie's supposed to have been Mia's good friend, according to
Right.
Mia. And they was like, well, hey, when you just woke up and Diddy was humping on you, did you ever tell Cassie? No, because Diddy said if I was to mention it, he was going to say that she agreed to it. Or something to that effect, that she was down for the D.
Carrie, you keep looking. Let me see if I can find out what that was. It says Mia testified that she continued working with Cassie despite the abuse and dangerous situations because she felt a strong sense of loyalty and fear. According to her testimony, she feared retaliation if she left or reported anything. She cared about Cassie and wanted to protect Cassie. She was traumatized and felt trapped in the situation when it involved prostitution, substances, and abuse. Even though she wanted to leave, she said she was emotionally manipulated and financially dependent on the job at the time. This kind of testimony is often to show how coercion or fear kept someone in a dangerous environment, which is relevant to ex trafficking and abuse at the center of the trial. But she was fired. She was fired several times and she came back. She still works for him now. Is she scared of him now? She
should have just
for him, huh?
He forced me to leave. Come on, and told you not to come back, but then ding dong, you back the next day, ringing the doorbell.
And she said he was a role model. She made him special gift. I believe it was on his 45th birthday.
And then how many times did she say she loved him?
She said she loved him
quite a bit.
Because Mia and him were sleeping together, I know. And Cassie was her friend, but I don't think they admitted it in court that they slept together.
Well, no.
Let me ask. Hold on, let me ask.
That's the only reason I would know about it. They had to mention something. I'm not psychic.
No, it was all, so you're getting mixed up between what you hear behind the scenes and what you don't. It says, yes, during her testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial, Mia testified that she did have sex with Diddy, but it was not consensual. She said he hard her?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
First time. No. See, that's what I'm saying. This is the first time after all the other stuff, the work labor stuff, and she was trying to file for money in a lawsuit before. For all these years, after making these scrapbooks for him and all that, she get to court now, and then she decided she was you know,
I have an update.
yeah.
A person may withdraw consent, and a person may withdraw consent, and it may become forced labor. Ex trafficking will have the same definition in the courts 2 and 4, and transportation to engage in prostitution the same as count 3 and 5. Hold on 1 second, guys. Now these are getting pretty explicit, so let's just go over it. Here we go. A person may withdraw consent. So when I tell you no, that's when it stops. That's how I'm going to read that to me. So a person can withdraw consent, and it may become forced labor. We're talking about work here. A person may withdraw consent, like, okay, I'll do it. I'll do work this here, and then it may become, but withdraw it, and you make me do it anyway. It's forced labor. Ex trafficking will have the same definition as in count 2 and 4, and the transportation to engage in prostitution the same as count 3 and 4. Now, with this transportation, I'm hearing that this is a true charge, that this might be the one that gets him. But my question in that is, when he brought over the escorts, he didn't sleep with them. I wonder if that makes a difference. But I'm being told that's the one true charge that they can get him on. But that's one count. Far as this forced labor, nobody made her work. Right. So she claims that she had to do it, or he was going to tell about, was it the R? Wait, let me see. Mia emphasized that these encounters were not something she agreed to willingly. Let me read it again. She stated under oath that she was forced into X acts, often under pressure or while under the influence of substances. She described being trafficked and coerced into X acts as part of her employment. So I guess if she didn't do these X acts, he was going to fire her. Mia emphasized that these encounters were not something she agreed to willingly. Her testimony was central to the prosecution's claim that Diddy engaged in a pattern of X trafficking, abuse, and manipulation. And let me tell you why she has a problem with that. She kept saying how fearful she was with him, right? She actually told him that she loved him. She told him she had a crush on him. Now, so she acted that way after he so-called took advantage of her. Mm-hmm. That's kind of complicated. I think it depends on who you are. Would you say it was forced? Because if she didn't do it.
No, you know what? I'm going to give you my opinion. That's how they trying to make it out to be. Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't know. I just realized my panty was down. Come on. She wanted it. Now, whether she thought, well, it could have worked. It got her promoted, didn't it? No. I'm saying the little coochie cooch got her ass promoted. And now they want to act like, oh, well, no, I didn't want to do it because me and Cassie was friends. No, you didn't give a damn about Cassie. You was worrying about your own career and how you wanted to advance. And you figure, well, you know, since I've been up for 5 days doing all this work, what if I give him a little side action? How would that elevate me? I know he likes it. So she gave him some. She got promoted. I don't feel like he took anything. Where's the proof? And I'm saying people can say anything they want to say. Where's the proof?
Also, too, that's going to be hard to say that you were scared of him because he fired you and you came back. It says here,
And then who reminisce off that shit?
It says there's Mia described being abruptly fired in late 2016 after Combs shut down his Revolt Entertainment Company. She said she was devastated, texting that her life was over and she was so brokenhearted she couldn't breathe. She says that she testified that after Cassie's lawsuit, Diddy and his associate repeatedly tried to contact her to influence her narrative. Calls that left her feeling terrified, manipulated, and compelled.
And we got an update too.
Yes, she was fired, but later came back. That kills that noise. You went back.
Huh?
Next is distribution of narcotics, including this long word that you see here, knowingly and intentionally. Distribution means actual transfer to deliver to another person. For possession, physical custody is not needed. Control is enough. So right there, they're really trying to make it easy for you guys to say that he was a drug dealer. Crazy.
Let me read this super chat real fast. Hip hop culture judge says this, and she didn't even say it at the grand jury, meaning nothing came up about the assault until she was on the stand. Yep.
They're not going to know about that. These women are so full of shit. It's not even funny. Here we go again. It says judge. Next is distribution of narcotics, including this long word that you see here, knowingly and intentionally. Distribution means actual transfer to deliver to another person. For possession, physical custody is not needed. Control is. They can't say physical custody is needed because he didn't transfer shit. Okay. He had people go get it. And they're saying this, that let's just say this was a vial of something, right? If I give this to Perry, that's distribution. These are one of the laws that I'm saying that they're trying to change right in front of us. We know what distribution is. We've seen Pablo Escobar. We've seen El Chapo. We've seen the Flannery brothers. We've seen the actual dealer, Rick Ross. We've seen Black Mafia family. That is not distribution. So they're trying to make it illegal that if you go puff, puff, pass, and you pass, now you're a dealer.
Yeah, yeah. You don't get it
puff, pass, now you're a dealer. We cannot let them do this. Most addicts don't get high by themselves. You will be facing really, really hard charges, going to prison for life if they hate you, and they'll let some slide. Like, if you're a part of our government, they'll let it slide. But if you at home and you go puff, puff, pass, now you're a dealer and you can go for life. Mm-hmm. Diddy made money off of his artists, i.e. Puff, Nas, and other artists. And the rapper that used six, Jay-Z, then they canceled her. A lot of people are bringing that up, that he made money off of his artists. And I always say, yeah, he did. Clive Davis did. Tommy Mottola did. LaFace Records did. Lucian Grange did. That's how the music business is set up. So if Diddy goes down for stealing from his artists, he needs to make room for some of the most powerful men in the world. That would be Lucian Grange. He should be sitting right next to him. So should Clive Davis. Damn this Alzheimer's that you got all of a sudden when you don't want to testify. Everybody should be, all the record heads, Jay Prince, Carl Crawford.
I mean, but wouldn't that just be a civil matter, though? I'm just saying, a civil matter that they may or may not even win based off the contract. We don't know what these contracts were. Most of these artists come back and say, we didn't read the fine print. That's on you. I'm not justifying somebody being ripped off, but you got to take accountability. When you sign a contract and you don't understand it, you might want to have an attorney or somebody look over it for you.
Mhm.
But that would be a civil case. Let's talk about the things he did for the RICO. That's what he's being charged with right now.
And what dealer doesn't make a dime off of dealing? What
That
dealer
wouldn't
doesn't make a dime off of dealing? Diddy was damn near a billionaire, and as much as you don't like him, off of legal money, he doesn't need to deal. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Sherelle, people only complain about Puffy. They don't complain about the white record executives. That's what we were talking about. They invented the game. Chess records, y'all seen it. Frankie Lyman, Why Do Fools Fall in Love? Y'all seen it. It's been going on for the beginning. Just from the very beginning. If you're an artist, you know your first album is going to be, you're not gonna make much money off your first album. Now, if you are, I don't know, one of the biggest artists, they might give you a little cash, but they're scared y'all gonna turn around and outsmart them like Michael Jackson. And then they gotta make you look like the villain too. Most people don't get an entertainment lawyer. They just get a regular lawyer. The artist should always seek to have an entertainment lawyer to review the contracts. Just saying.
Yeah. I mean, you got to have somebody know the business, knowing the loopholes where a company might try to get you or what you need that's going to benefit you as an artist, right? So, but even if you could feel like he robbed the people, a lot of people have said it, and I know that's how I go. I've been hearing this story for a long time. That would be a civil matter. So people are using these other things to say RICO. That's what we're focusing on right now. Is this a RICO? Is this a criminal enterprise? It don't look like it to me.
I met Biggie, not Puff. Biggie, he stole from Biggie. He stole from everybody. Just ask Mace. He'll tell you the story. Ask Cameron, he'll tell you the story.
Mhm.
It's just a mess. Let's just say that he did do that. No, he did do that. Let's not say, let's just say, no, he did do that with a roster of, oh, did you guys hear about Aubrey O'Day this weekend? Girl, you had a chance to take the stand. You didn't want to do it. Okay. Now she's fearful that if he gets out, he'll be after her.
And she's gonna move to Bali or something like that.
Yeah.
It was some ridiculous shit like that.
Why are you scared, Aubrey? Why would he care? A lot of people lied on him. Is he gonna come after Sherelle's World? No. Is he gonna go after well, did any celebrity come out publicly against Diddy?
I don't think so.
Not one celebrity?
I don't think nothing came out and said nothing negative to him. I don't think none came out and publicly supported him either. Because Aubrey O'Day, I don't call her no celebrity. And I don't in my world. So I don't know if you guys do or not. She almost like a person that's always looking for attention. You got to update.
Okay, hold on. Okay, here we go. Judge, RICO has a 5-year statute of limitations. You must find that it continued past 2019. If you find that government had not proved this beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Oh, wow. We got something to talk about on this one, y'all. Let me read where. Says Kanye West is the only celebrity that came out to publicly support Diddy. All right, y'all, let's get to it. I hope y'all can see it. It's this right here where my cursor is. most important thing, okay? RICO has a 5-year statute of limitation. You must find that it continued past 2019. If you find that the government has not proven this beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Let me reword this. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Sounds like something right out of the Johnny Cochran book.
And then as far as their job, if you didn't quit, you ain't shit. Okay, I was just being silly. Go ahead. Let's roll.
Hold on. Hold on.
No, I mean, now that's really good right there, though, because 5 years, that pretty much just lock him up with Jane.
Hold on. That's what I'm going to check. That's exactly what I'm going to check. It says that Diddy and Cassie officially broke up in 2018. Oh, wow. Do y'all know what just happened here? You guys. So we're not talking about the Cassie years. We're left with the liar known as Daphne Joy, aka Jane. I cannot believe that. Just let me read it again to make sure I didn't read it wrong, because I might change my mind on him going, he might not go at all. Let's reread it, you guys. RICO has a 5-year statute of limitation. You must find that it continued past 2019. Oh, wow. So that means if they don't find crimes against Jane, yes, I cannot believe that. Just, oh my God, are y'all sure? I mean, what? So let me read it again. No, because, oh my God, you guys, it says RICO. So I hope this is big enough for you guys to see. Okay, here's my cursor. RICO has a 5-year statute of limitation. You must find that it continued past 2019. If you find that the government cannot prove cannot prove this, and then here's the kicker, beyond a reasonable doubt, then it gets worse than that. You must find the defendant not guilty. I don't know what to say. That's what it says. I done read this thing about 5 times. Let me read it one more time. RICO has a 5-year statute of limitation. You must find it continued past 2019. If you find the government did not prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, that's a key word. And then now you must find the defendant. I'm gonna read it again. You must find the defendant not guilty. Let me go up to this super chat, so this means that if they don't find crimes against Jane, the case falls apart. Cassie was done in 2018. That's why they needed Jane. I'm not gonna. Doesn't mean they're gonna find him not guilty, but why? If I just read this and I was a juror, my first thought would be, then why are we here? Why did we hear all of that? Thank you, person for the super chat. I'm so sorry I didn't get your name. I was just stunned. Now I got to listen to my buddy Wayne. Sherelle, it has always been in the jury's instructions, but you were wilding out and missed it. We have always known this. That's RICO only, y'all. He's guilty on the other counts. Yeah, I guess I was wilding out. I kept arguing over the weekend. Please, not guilty. Love seeing you smile. No, I didn't smile. I did this. Like I had to double check and read it a couple more times. So so Rico's gone. Now we got to look at the other charges. Wow. Why was the whole Cassie thing brought up then? Maybe for the other charges. Let me get a list of them again. What were they? Wow. Yeah. So they're trying to go for conspiracy? Okay, let me write that down. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. So y'all, it's official for us that Rico's off the table. Now, what did he just say? Hold on. Perry said they're not going after Rico anymore. They're going after conspiracy. I don't see that message. That's X trafficking they're going after, and XSA, the R, prostitution. Remember, I said that attorney told me that's the one thing that they're going to find him guilty on. Substance distribution, obstruction of justice, battery, unlawful surveillance recorder. Some victims say they were, no, that's not going to be on the table. So that's trafficking. That's trafficking. Then the R word, prostitution. That I heard that is definitely guilty across state lines in substance distribution. And then witness intimidation. I don't know what that is. Let me see. Okay, so now Rico's off the table. We're looking for substance trafficking. Let me go back to my list. I'll put it right here. Oh, no, I can't do that. Let me see this. So you guys are looking for X trafficking. I don't see that. R-ing. That would be, I wonder if we take Cassie off for that, or would that just be Mia? Drug distribution. Oops. I don't think that the puff puff give law is going to pass. I don't think that's going to pass. See what y'all think. Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're saying that's the issue. The state crossing the state lines. Now they say that this law, the Mann Act, is rarely used. They could use it on lots of politicians. This is from what I heard. Politicians and stuff like that. It's rarely used, but this is a rare case, so they might use it. Oh yeah, that's right. Lil Boosie publicly supported Diddy and Kanye West. My opinion, if it's that hard to understand to the jurors, this is because of a BS case. This is prosecution by emotions, not evidence. This is a Diageo influenced prosecution to neutralize Diddy because he was giving bad press to some powerful people who spends millions, lobbying the gov.
Yeah. But sure, you gotta.
Without it, I got another one.
Mhm.
Okay, here we go. On X trafficking, counts 2 and 4. Transport means to take or convey from one place to another. Reckless disregard satisfies the statute. The deliberate closing of eyes. You must be unanimous, on at least one specific instance of X trafficking. Now, I need more detail on that one. But nobody's being trafficked here. They're not. And that would be Mia's testimony. Let me do this. See right here, you guys? Here's my cursor. On X trafficking, counts 2 and 4. Transport means to take or convey from one place to another. Reckless disregard satisfies the statute. The liberation closing of eyes. You must be unanimous on at least one specific instance of X trafficking. Now, I don't know what this means, so let me get a little more detailed. So for sure, you need 2 counts. So if you got the transport against it. Okay. The prosecution has to prove that Combs knowingly compelled his ex, Ventura and Jane, to engage in commercial X acts through coercion or force. That's what I thought it was. I don't think he coerced or forced anybody to do anything. We know what Cassie, she was doing all the booking. And then she said that after he hired her, that it was fun and that it meant a lot to her and that she wasn't tripping off of it and she wanted a freak off. Here we go. On counts 3 and 5, knowingly transporting or arranging for the transportation for an individual for purpose of an act of prostitution, buying or arranging a ticket is enough. Prostitution does not need to be the main purpose. I think that's proven. That's proven. This is what I'm told by an attorney. They said everything else, no, but this is what I was told. And it's an old law that they don't usually charge people with, but because his name is P. Diddy, he's going to get charged with it. Here we go. On counts 3 and 5, knowingly transporting or arranging for the transportation of an individual for purpose of an act of prostitution, buying or arranging a ticket is enough. Prostitution does not need to be the main purpose. And so that's going to be, he's going to be found guilty on that. Hold on. And that's up to a maximum of 10 years. Okay, so that's, I'm told for sure that's going down. That carries a sentence, a maximum of 10 years. So We know he's going for 10. Lock us all up for that one. Oh my God.
No, but they're saying though, Sherelle, too, with that, they saying the maximum is like 10 years. Like some people do this stuff and they be having like 10 to 15 people they're doing it to.
Mhm.
They saying that they do look at the maybe just his girlfriends, if that. But to be honest with you, people would say that
Mhm.
about a law. But if I'm there, I'm still saying, look, these was dancers that you brung over. They do the dancing. Whatever happened after that. But more than likely, if they get him on something, yes, it would be this. But I don't think he would get 10 years. Maybe
You don't?
a lot of people saying maybe 1 or 2 years, and then he might get time served. You know,
Okay,
if you
let's move forward. Judge says prostitution is engaging in actual activity for money or for equivalent. You must be unanimous on at least one specific act of transportation with intent to engage in prostitution or venue. The U.S. must prove at least one act occurred in the Southern District, 8 counties. Well, we already know, yeah, that, and hopefully he doesn't get the maximum 10 years for that. And he's going by himself to prison for prostitution when Cassie was ever at every freak off, and so was Jane. And here it is. Prostitution, you guys see me right here? Prostitution is engaging actual activity for money or its equivalent. You must be unanimous on at least one specific act of transportation with intent to engage in prostitution. On venue, the U.S. must prove at least one act occurred in the Southern District of New York, 8 counties. So that's a wrap. That's a wrap. You're doing too much guessing. This is what the show is about. You can go to another channel if you don't want to break them down. The ex-worker took the stand, so prostitution is proven. It's proven. This is, I don't think anybody's debating this one. We've heard too many times that yes, although they don't use the law, most likely they're going to use it on Diddy. There goes Sheree defending her best friend's actions. Sheree. Who's that? I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. How can they even add bribery and arson? They have already proven it to be false. No police investigation, no DNA, no for arson. We've already talked about arson. You probably just entered. The only thing we're saying, they can't prove them on any of this stuff except this one right here: transportation of prostitution across state lines. And that's a maximum of 10 years. But the and they rarely use this law, I'm being told, especially like for high power people. Example, government, they do a lot of freaky stuff like that. People in our government was charged for this, and they just usually don't use it. But they will do it for Diddy because the setup is in. Maureen Comey needs a win under her belt, and she's willing to do any and everything, send an innocent man up the river so she can get that win. Here we go. Judge says, we are in the home stretch. In weighing expert testimony, you should not accept it just because I allowed it. The testimony of the government officials are not worth of more or less weight than any other witness. I don't know what they're talking about. Let's read this again out loud. So really, everything boils down to this transportation thing?
That would sound like.
That's what it sounds like. Here we go. You guys see where my cursor is right here? Let's read this. It says, this is the judge talking. He says, we are in the home stretch. We are weighing expert testimony. You should not accept it just because I allowed it. The testimony of government officials are not worth of more or less weight than any other witness.
Yeah, he's just saying just because they're an expert, supposed to be on the stand or whatnot like that, and he
You're
allowed.
talking about like the lady that talked about DV?
Yeah, and I think what was that an expert and was it another expert like a government? Well, I'm not sure. Maybe just that one then. But yeah, he just saying just because they're supposed to be an expert, don't weigh it no different than the other liars on the stand.
Well, why would he say that?
Oh, because like some people think like because a person got the title expert that they must be right, and they might give it more credibility. Oh, she was an expert. We have heard people say this in the chat.
Right. No. That's what expert testimony is for. So why bring on the expert if you say you don't have to listen to him?
Right. they said don't give it no more weight than the other witnesses. Don't say,
isn't that the purpose of bringing them on?
Yeah, that's the purpose. But I guess he giving instruction to the jurors. Whoever using the expert witness, bringing them on, thinking the expert people, I think more highly of what they said than the other witnesses.
I get that part, and he's saying you don't have to.
Yeah. But he's saying that just to be an expert.
That's a weird thing for a judge to say.
I think it's the fair thing to say, though.
You think it's fair?
To say the expert? Yeah. I mean,
let's see what y'all think. I agree with the prosecution is arguing that they were hired for prosecution. I feel they should find him on NG on the charge since the prosecution wants to be so technical. I don't know what that means. He's talking about the psychologist that works for the state. She purged the stand also. She did. That's why he said, because I was thinking, why would a judge say that? They must have caught her in a lie. Mm-hmm. And that's why they're saying, take it with a grain of salt. Mm-hmm.
And was it?
You can't even trust the damn testimony.
Maybe it was the perjury that I'm going back now, that she never met with the victims or know their situation, but she had met with the prosecution multiple times. Maybe that could have been it.
She just threw her, the judge just threw the testimony out. You guys see my cursor right here? Here we go. The judge says, witnesses given immunity should be examined with greater can that ordinary witnesses. Charts and summaries, demonstrative aids are not evidence and will not be available to you in the courtroom. Now we got to break this down. You don't have to use the charts and the summaries that they gave you. They're not evidence. Charts and summaries, demonstrative aids, the things that they use to demonstrate, are not evidence and will not be available to you in the jury room. Why did you waste our time? Very weird. Very, very, very weird. Let's go to the first part of the statement. Witnesses given immunity, that's everybody. It's everybody. Should be examined with greater can than ordinary witnesses. This had to be a typo, or does this make sense to anybody? Witnesses given immunity should be examined with greater can that ordinary witnesses.
Greater than, maybe?
Let me see.
Maybe it's a typo. Maybe could it be greater than?
With greater, but the word can's here. Greater than ordinary witnesses. What y'all think? Oh, with greater candor. Okay. Really take these, take the witnesses that have immunity. That's everybody. testimony real serious. That's what jury duty's about. Don't get it. Must be means something else. I don't get it. But anyway, and then they say throw out the charts and the summaries used to demonstrate on the stand. That's weird. Here we go. Certain witnesses were permitted to be identified by pseudonyms. That should bear on your evaluation of credibility. The fact what the defendant had no responsibility to testify, and he did not. You must not attach any significance to that. We got to go over that again. What? Yeah, we got to go over this with a fine-tuned comb. What? Here we go, right here. Right here. Y'all see me? Certain witnesses were permitted to be identified by pseudonyms. We know who it is. That should bear on your evaluation of credibility. I read, okay, y'all got to hold on, let me read. Just because it's government, that it's true. Okay, they're telling y'all they used a different name, an alias, that should reflect on their credibility. You should bear on your evaluation of credibility. So they used an alias for a reason. Maybe they're not credible. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what it sounds like to me, but it just throwing me out. That shouldn't bear on your evaluation of credibility. Now, I would just take it and say, hey, well, you know,
they may be some liars.
Yeah, that would it sound like to me.
Well, what judge would say that? I'm gonna read it again, y'all. I am baffled.
Just because it's the government, that is true. So he gave an example, but I wanted to just show this. Maybe this might help us out. If they were truthful, there would be no need to hide their name.
Exactly, but the judge said it, and it's in the jury instructions. Come on, y'all. They playing with me.
Okay, and then somebody else saying this, that should not bear on their credibility. Okay, so maybe when this guy typed the things, it could be
maybe because that makes no sense. Let's reread it. Certain witnesses were permitted to be identified by pseudonyms. Maybe they said that should not.
Right.
I'm gonna add the word "not" because any other way sounds crazy.
Yeah.
That should not bear on your evaluation of credibility.
Mm-hmm.
But they did all lie, and he didn't address it. He didn't address the motion when filed about how he wasn't even in town for this film, meaning they have a reason to lie. I know that it just can't mean that. That just makes no sense. Like, no judge would say throw out Jane and Mia's testimony. Then they go in, the defendant has no responsibility to testify. We know that. And he did not. We know that. That must not attach any significance to that. I don't think people do. A lot of people don't testify. Here we go. This is tripping me out. We got to come back to that. Perry, can you screen that for me, please?
Okay, hold on. Let me
screenshot. Here we go, you guys. Voluntary intoxication may negate an intent requirement of RICO predicates. Uncalled witnesses. You have heard names of people not called as witnesses. Each side had an equal opportunity to call them. Do not speculate or consider this. No, that's not going to work for me, because you told me that she had a rapper baby daddy that was an icon. I have to speculate. That's human nature. That's human nature. Nice try, Judge. I'll read it again. Here we go, you guys. Voluntary intoxication may negate the intent requirement of RICO predicates. Uncalled witnesses, you have heard names of people not called as witnesses. Did they say anybody's name in court?
And they didn't show up. Was it? Well,
No. They just said an icon witness, a very famous rapper. Each side had an equal opportunity to call them. Do not speculate or consider this. Okay, fine. We don't need to know who the baby daddies are. We don't need to know that she was at Kanye's freak off. You don't want us to speculate. We don't even need their names for what was testified to. 50 Cent, I don't know, Kodak Black, does it matter? It doesn't. So I agree with this one. It doesn't matter. But that other one, I'm gonna have to go on and screenshot this because that's confusing. Very confusing. So they're going to ask for clarification of jury instructions. The judge is going to rewrite it and send it back to them and tell them to make a decision. Well, that's not the one I was talking about. Hold on. We're going to be talking about this one all day. This one right here. I'm going to be talking about that all day. We're going to have to pull out some experts. I need to find out. Hold on. Let me save this. Hold on, guys. I'm saving this right here. This certain.
Sherelle, he said, remember you was trying to figure out who he was talking about?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he says it was victim 3 and 5. Remember some people was missing?
And
you were just asking.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You're talking about Gina and
then whoever else was that ran away. Yeah.
Certain witnesses were permitted to be identified by pseudonyms. They should bear on your evaluation of credibility. This is the one I'm stuck on. The defendant had no responsibility to, no, not that part. Certain witnesses were permitted to be identified by pseudonyms. That should bear on your evaluation of credibility. So I'm going to assume they missed the word not, should not, because if they meant it this way, you basically said the people that use fake names, they use it for a reason, and maybe they're not credible. And no judge would say that. No judge would say that. So this was a typo, I'm going to say for now, but I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out if this was a typo, because no judge would say that. Do you see a judge saying that, Perry?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that just does it. Here we go. Any notes you took only for you. No outside reading. You are to consider only what was presented within the four walls of this courtroom. You may not communicate about the case, including on X, Instagram, or YouTube. If you see this, tell my deputy. We're wrapping it up, you guys. He's almost done.
Yep, good. Somebody said that somebody said maybe it was coming from the defense. That maybe they had it put in there or something.
If they had that put in there, the defense just made the prosecution look so silly. But I don't think there's got to be a typo. Here we go. Do not be swayed by biases, including implicit biases. These hidden thoughts can impact what we hear and see and how we remember it. You will now retire to consider the case. Each of you must decide the case for himself or herself after deliberating. Okay, y'all, it's official. They're done. And
Mhm.
like I said, I had one problem with that one statement. I'm going to be talking about that until it's cleared up,
Yeah.
because that would make no sense. Also, so now we're just really whittling down, in my opinion. I only see one thing wrong here, and that's the transportation of prostitution. So we'll go back over it and see, maybe we missed another one. What else? Because ex trafficking, no. Uh, trafficking substances, he's not a dealer. That's just not, no. And if you change that law, like I said, puff puff pass will take on a whole new meaning.
Yvette said we will
Anybody
not.
see anything else? We will
I
not
want
be going to sleep.
Yeah.
Well, does anybody else see anything you want to talk about?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm waiting for him to finally send him off to the jury.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because they
But
basically threw out Rico, but he's still looking up to 10 years. That's still jail time.
yeah. But
But yeah, we can't argue. He just threw out Rico, and he may thrown out Jane and Mia's testimony, but I gotta double check. Let me head over to Law and Crime. Is there anything you want to say, Perry?
Oh no, I was gonna say, you know what? I mean, for me, yeah, people can say it's highly anticipated that they can get him on that man thing or whatever it was.
Anna?
Man act, right? But I've been on jurors, and sometimes you get to that certain point, you're like, oh man, all this is trash. Boo, 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 boo. Submit. We'll see. But if anything, probably just that. But
I don't know, y'all. Let's head over to the experts. Let's see what they got to see. Let's see if they're talking about it now. This
it might not take them all
is,
day.
well, I mean,
That's the crazy part.
right? I mean,
yeah,
they
yeah.
cannot author all of that, just have one simple charge. There's got to be something else. Maybe they're going to say the forced labor, maybe. It's hard to prove the way she's acting.
So hip hop says this. A judge would say that if they met Jane.
I mean, it was really weird. Why am I frozen here? Come on, let's get to it.
Did you get that last one, Sherelle, when he was talking about the verdict 1 minute ago?
See. 1 minute ago? No.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. It says, your verdict must be unanimous. Yeah. If you are divided, you do not report the specifics. Your foreperson will send out any notes and any verdict. Any communication with the court should be in writing. He's probably not going to handle a mistrial after a couple attempts.
He's trying to finish.
Yeah, I think if they come undecided, or we can't work this out, he's going to go back in there and think about it some more. I've seen judges do that. I think if it's a mistrial, it's going to be clear. He probably is going to do that like 3 to 4 times, and then if you can't come to some conclusion, then I think they will. That's what I think. So now, y'all, we're waiting for Law and Crime to come on. Let's see what y'all think. I don't think the deliberations would take longer than a day.
Right. It might not. Sherelle, you get the last update? I think you're still trying to.
Oh, here we go. Sorry. The alternates do not have to be here, but give your phone number to my deputy. You may be called to replace a juror. You will be called with a verdict is reached. When a verdict is reached, the alternatives are, and then he names their number. Wow. Let's just see what's going on. What did y'all think about this? What is learned about freaks with X rings, an organization that consists of a lot of substances, is the involvers minors at some point it do. Tired of the missing children, so he gotta go. What missing children? Did I
Right.
miss something?
I mean, was that in court? Like, do you have a picture of a missing child that he had his hands on? I know speculate. I'm not saying did he do it?
Hold on. Do not read any news reports, request to this trial. If there were to be any, please accept my heartfelt gratitude for your service over the past 2 months or even more. My deputy will provide my personal contact information. I could give you a tour of the courthouse. What? Why would a judge say that?
Well, I don't. I guess he just saying
Is
he
he smoking
appreciate.
something? Why would he
He
say
appreciate.
that?
Yeah.
That's odd. That's socially odd. I guess, was he trying to lighten the mood? Like,
Yeah.
shut up, please, sir. Please, please,
Or
please.
either trying to set up a freak off on his own. He's doing
Let's
something.
see. Y'all saying the verdict shouldn't take long. Yeah, I know. I don't know what. Something's wrong with the judge. Something wrong with the judge. OMG, there's no children. I don't know what. I think she's talking about hearsay. I don't know. There is no children involved. Terrell, by the law, the judge cannot make a juror change their mind about their verdict. Yeah, that's true. No, I know there is no proof. I'm saying what really happens behind closed doors. Okay. She's explaining what she meant by the children. Closed doors, Perry. This is the X ring consistent of anyone can get it, and that is proven in court. Because the jury will be back with a not guilty for this. Well, now, Perry, do a poll.
Yeah. Yeah. Will
Is
he be
Diddy
wrong?
guilty? Yes or no? I was really shocked. My whole argument, as Wayne pointed out, was about the RICO. He said you were on one, all hyped up, and didn't listen. He said the RICO been off the table. I didn't know that. I apologize. Because that's what I was. Now, this Mann Act, there's really nothing I can say to that's just proving he's guilty of that. There's nothing I can say about that. But I feel that's the only thing they got. All that other stuff, and I think the judge said I think the judge said that Jane and Mia used aliases for a reason. It might be because of their credibility. That's what I think it said. Now, it could be a typo. That's what it said. But it could be a typo. So we'll see. That would be mind-boggling. Based on that missing children comment, the Jaguar Rights of the world will continue to make money with interviews. She has started a whole new crusade. She's over Diddy now. Now she's going for Jay-Z. Jaguar Right, we are telling you on this channel, leave Jay-Z alone. You're going to find yourself in court. Now, he already warned you with the Pierce Morgan interview. You keep playing with this man, and he going to have enough one day. You're going to F around and find out. Jaguar Right, if you keep messing with Jay-Z, you're going to F around and find out. So you must be telling the truth, or, you already got those warrants that you keep ignoring. And I didn't turn you in on the warrants, by the way. That's not my style. I don't care. I don't want you behind bars. I do not want Jaguar Right behind bars. I'm saying that loud and clear. You're a liar, but I don't think you should be behind bars. This 1 minute.
Yeah.
Judge says, here is the verdict sheet. Only if you find the defendant guilty on count 1, answer to each predicate. Not proven or proven. And X trafficking involves X trafficking of Cassie or James. That would be count 2, 3, 4, and 5. Not guilty or guilty. I mean, it's really boiling down to those counts. We are throwing the transportation out the window because that's guilty. That's guilty. Now it's boiling down to more.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it. Let me refresh.
Yeah, no, just got to refresh.
Here we go. It says, from now on, your schedule is your own. You will be provided with meals. Now the marshal will swear you in. And then it says done in brackets. And then it says, now the jurors can head back into the jury room. All rise.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys, this is the time we get real nervous. I hate jury deliberation. I hate it. I hate when they call and everybody rushes to the courthouse. I hate when you're on the end of your seat and, in my case, bubbles in the stomach before they read the verdict. I hate all of this. I hate it. I hate the other side cheering and the other side mad. This is the worst part of trials that I hate. For anybody's trial, I just hate jury deliberation because I'm doing this. I'm looking at my wrist, at my watch. Okay, it's been a day now. It's been a day and 48 seconds, and I can't take it. I can't take it. And y'all, we will be agree to disagree because we got a serious case coming up.
So it's
Carmelo Anthony, huh?
It's 11:30 back east. They go back to the deliberation room. They should be getting lunch around 12:30. Then they probably have an answer about 3:00, but they might stay around for dinner to get that free meal too, and then come back and drop the verdict.
No, let me say this again. No. I said Jaguar Wright is a liar. I do not want Jaguar Wright in jail. Y'all stop. This is not for her to go to jail. This is her to stop lying. We don't want her in jail. We don't want her in jail. Y'all are ruthless. All right, Perry. So do we head out and start so you guys, somebody will always be home, me or Perry. If the other person's out, they'll call in. And this is the worst time for me. We are under jury deliberations. And I'm going to find out about that one thing about the people under pseudonyms. But it's no more testimony to say. How do we handle this? So you guys keep your notifications on.
Well, I mean, 67% think he'll be found not guilty.
Oh,
33% yes. Oh, I mean, that climbed a lot throughout the trial.
All right, y'all. Let's go, Perry, because we got some other stuff to do. We will see y'all the minute we're not going to be gone and get it later. The minute they're called to come back and they start driving back or walking back, me and Perry will be on. And everybody pray for whatever they want the outcome to be. And we will see you then. And we will all remain friends and adults. Love y'all.
Right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
called guilty or not guilty, his attorneys or the defense attorneys will come to this mic. It's not going to be oppressive, right? What'd you say? It's not. It's not the new 200.
I have my. We just got this
Can I
up.
look at that camera?
I get.
That's the new 200. I may be buying that.
Really?
You're Spectrum One?
We are on prime.
What?
What did you say? Yeah.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to our continued live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs federal trial out of New York. We are officially in verdict watch right now in the trial. So jurors were sent back to deliberate a short time ago. This was after they were read the jury instructions in this case, the lengthy jury instructions in this case. Remember, this is basically the law that they're going to follow. I want to give you a little bit of an update on what they were read and why it's so significant moving into this. But I do want to let you know that for the next 2 hours, we are going to be taking your questions about this case as we wait for a jury verdict. Probably unlikely they're going to come back today with a verdict, but who knows? I've been shocked before, could be shocked again. So we're also going to take your questions, submit them, we'll answer them. I have an all-star panel with me to go through it all, but I want to let you know about what's going on with these jury instructions. So, of course, the Judge Arun Subramanian, went through all of the elements of all of the charges: racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, transportation to engage in prostitution. But arguably the most complex is racketeering conspiracy. And for instance, the judge said the government is going to have to prove that there was a mutual understanding to cooperate in a criminal enterprise, one that the government says that Sean Combs led. They can infer that. Actions speak louder than words, because you're not going to have, an example. By the way, this is a shot of what the jury deliberation room looks like, because you're not going to have them all, evidence of them all signing a contract to engage in or agree to engage in criminal activity. Was there an inferred agreement? And this was really interesting, talking about the 8 underlying predicate crimes that the government has to prove at least 2 within a 10-year time frame. So there's bribery, arson, forced labor, kidnapping, drug offenses. And I thought this was interesting. I want to call this out. The judge said that witnesses who were given immunity in this case, they should be examined with greater care than ordinary witnesses. We know that there were a number of witnesses who testified under immunity, that witnesses who were permitted to testify under pseudonyms, for example, Mia, for example, Jane, that bears on your evaluation of their credibility, that the defendant had no responsibility to testify. You can't attach any significance to that. In other words, because Sean Combs chose not to testify, you can't use that against him. This was interesting as well. Voluntary intoxication may actually negate the intent requirement of the RICO predicates. We'll talk about what that means. Uncalled witnesses. For example, Christina Coram, whose name came up, every single day with almost every single witness. These people who were mentioned but never called as witnesses, each side could have called them. That's what the judge said. Don't speculate or consider this. And then finally, when they were sent back to deliberate, the judge said, schedule is your own. You're going to be provided meals. They've begun their deliberations. And if they want to continue past 5 p.m., they may be able to do so. We're going to keep a very careful eye out and ear out if we get any juror questions or what's going to happen. But right now, I want to take your questions. So I am joined right now by celebrity criminal defense attorney from McMonigle, Perry, McHugh, Meshach, and Davis. Brian McMonigle is with us. We're also joined by criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla and Lawn Crime's very own host of Scandal outside of the federal courthouse right now, Sierra Gillespie. It's great to have you all here. I said all-star panel. I wasn't lying. Sierra, I'm going to start with you because we got a super chat question from Diana YX3GU. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Does the jury return home at the end of the day, or are they sequestered in a hotel? What do we know, Sierra?
This is a really great question, because especially when it comes to a trial like this where so much is on the line, huge stakes for P. Diddy. I mean, if he's convicted, he could spend the rest of his life behind bars in prison. So we want to make sure the jury is paramount. So that is a question. Could they be sequestered? Will they, won't they? And the answer is they will not be. They were not. So every night after, the whatever happened in the courthouse behind me, they listened to all the testimony, went through the evidence, wrote in their notebooks, and then got on the subway, took a train or an Uber, walked home wherever they went, and that was their night. So over the weekend, this is something I've been thinking a lot about, Jesse. Over the weekend, after we heard closings from both sides and the rebuttal, they went back home to wherever they're going. So to me, I'm thinking it's got to be going through their minds, right? They're going to be thinking about what they heard on Friday, and really throughout the entire case so far, I'm sure it's kind of been in their minds as they're leading into deliberation. And as it continues, by the way, they'll still go home tonight once everything's finished. If we're still deliberating tomorrow, or they're still deliberating tomorrow, I should say, they'll go home. No need to stay in a hotel or be sequestered.
Yeah, if I had to take a guess, unless they were close to a verdict today, I think they're going to want to go home by 5 o'clock. I don't believe that we're coming back with a verdict today. I think this case is so complicated. They have so much material to go through. I think this is going to take several days. Maybe we'll put up a poll. Maybe we have a poll up about how long we think the jury deliberation process is going to take. Let me bring back in Brian and Mauricio. Brian, you ready for this? We got a question from @Leon the Spesh One. I don't blame Leon the Spesh One asking this, but what's RICO? What's RICO, Brian?
Well, it's a statute that's existed for decades, and it was created to really shut down organized crime, but it requires precisely that: racketeering, a racketeering enterprise, a conspiracy to commit racketeering, and you need, as is reflected in the statute itself, a criminal enterprise. So the first thing the government has to prove that there was a criminal enterprise. The second thing they have to prove that criminal enterprise engaged in at least 2 predicate acts that had been highlighted in the indictment of the many that were highlighted. And they've got to prove those acts beyond a reasonable doubt in furtherance of the conspiracy, which is the racketeering. And if the government's able to do that, then this gentleman's going to spend a long time in prison. And if they're not, as I suspect they might not, he could be acquitted of these charges. But, it's interesting because this statute long ago was created to deter organized criminal activity. And now we're seeing it in cases like this with wealthy individuals who have the money and the means by which to get together with other people and sometimes commit criminal acts. So it'll be interesting. To me, it's a very significant test case for the racketeering statute.
I agree with you. Look, the prosecution's narrative is he had these assistants, he had these bodyguards. They knew exactly what was going on. They knew exactly what was happening behind closed doors. They helped set up the sexual events. They helped clean them up. They were instrumental in the kidnapping. They were instrumental in forced labor. They were instrumental in drug distribution. They were instrumental in bribery. He couldn't have done it alone. Defense's perspective, and we heard it from the defense's closing argument with Mark Agnifilo, who did he conspire with? You didn't hear one person talk about a criminal enterprise, say they were part of a criminal enterprise. Christina Coram, that's the co-conspirator. She's not a co-conspirator. And I think it was interesting because Mark Agnifilo had said, if it was John Gotti and Sammy the Bull was the co-conspirator, you think people are calling Sammy up for help? I mean, because the idea was that the alleged victims were calling Christina Coram up for help. So it raised kind of an interesting question there. Mauricio, I go to you. We got a question from LaRob Show 6300. Question is he cooked on the Mann Act charge? So that's transportation to engage in prostitution. Or does he have a shot? And overall, what's your gut feeling on the rest of the charges? More likely conviction or acquittal?
I'm thinking more likely conviction when it comes to the Mann Act of transporting, persons for the sake of prostitution. I don't know. I think they have them dead to rights. I've heard a lot of testimony about a lot of people that were directly engaged in it, and that came out through multiple witnesses. And I think it was something that he wasn't really worried about, because I don't think, and I've said this on various occasions, I don't think P. Diddy was as conscious as he should have been about the fact that a lot of the things that he was doing were illegal. So I know that there was a lot of testimony regarding airplane tickets, credit card charges, different assistants that paid for these prostitutes to fly in from other states. So I think when it comes to that particular count, and I think it's a good question, I think they got him dead to rights on that one.
Yeah, and this is not to blame the defense, because I thought they did a really good job. They don't really have much of a defense to that. I mean, they can't argue that they weren't prostitutes. That was abandoned, okay? And no, let me rephrase. That was excluded during jury instructions. It only matters if men were transported and there was a completed commercial sex act. So they can't argue that. And the idea, well, how is he supposed to know that's a crime? How's he supposed to know that's illegal? Porn stars can be paid for sex work. Feels a little bit of a stretch. Anyway, put that to the side, because again, you have the text messages, you have phone messages, you have Amex receipts. It's a problem for the defense there. Okay, Sierra, how about this? We got a question for Merlene Spies, 8354. Jesse, I've wondered about Diddy complained about the way Jane Rosenberg depicted him in drawings, the courtroom sketches. Did he have access to see the drawings? Because remember, she said he thought he looked like a koala bear, right?
Yes, that is what he said. I personally didn't see the whole koala bear thing, but I mean, you guys, we're all our own worst critics. So I'm sure that Diddy was looking at them under a finer tooth comb than you or I are looking at them. So yeah, Diddy definitely was able to see them. And I do think too, we saw some change in the style of these courtroom sketches after we heard that bit of a complaint. And I don't know, I think it just says something interesting about P. Diddy, that that's also something he was concerned about during all of this. I know that his image is obviously very important to him. He's facing some pretty serious allegations. So I don't want to necessarily say that his image is completely tarnished because, again, these are allegations and innocent until proven guilty. But we have the civil side of things, too. So he's had some pretty heavy allegations weighed against him. And one of the things that's important to him is how he looks in these courtroom sketches. I think it's interesting, but hey, I go back and look at these live streams and say, oh, my hair looks terrible, or, you know, my outfit was terrible, or, you know, whatever. So I can understand it in a way that he was upset about it. But yeah, he does have access and he did see some of the courtroom sketches.
Yeah, somebody once took my teeth and put it on an animated orange. That was frightening to say the least. So we all have been, yeah, it was that was pretty scary. I tried not to think about that, but unfortunately, I just remembered of it. Sierra, stand by. Got another question. You got all these questions coming in. Let me go to let me think about who I want to. Yeah, Brian, I'll throw you this one, and then I got a follow up for you, Mauricio. Brian, we got this question from Antoinette Gregory from 7311. Jesse, you're fabulous, and we're going to miss you, Queen Lizzie. So kind. Everybody's been calling Elizabeth Milner Queen Elizabeth. I'll make sure to tell her that. But Brian, what is the likelihood that the government will go after Christina Coram next? As I mentioned, she's been brought up almost every single day by almost every single witness. Sean Combs, purported chief of staff, the main co-conspirator, alleged co-conspirator, not brought as a witness here, not charged. Is there a chance they will go after her?
I think there's a chance. I would be stunned. I mean, if they were going to make that move, they should have made that move a long time ago. And I think a lot is going to depend on this verdict. You know, if they swing and miss on RICO and they swing and miss on sex trafficking here, the last thing in the world they're going to do is bring another prosecution. So I would doubt it for sure. And I would be surprised if they did bring such a prosecution. But clearly, any decisions along those lines are going to be predicated on how they do here. And I think this is going to be a challenge for them to get this RICO conviction.
Let me just follow up, Brian. You know, I mentioned in the jury instructions how they said, the judge said to the jurors, if there were uncalled witnesses, each side could have called them. Don't take anything from that. You know, don't use that in your deliberation process. You think they're actually going to follow that?
Well, you know, they do that for a reason, so nobody can curry favor with the jury in saying, well, they didn't call so-and-so and they have the burden of proof and they didn't call so-and-so. I don't know that that's really going to matter at the end of the day to this jury. This case is going to rise and fall on the issue of coercion. You know, as we talked about in the very beginning in this case, this is a sex trafficking case that involves adults, not minors. A RICO case that involves a celebrity instead of a mafia boss. This jury is going to focus on whether or not these young women were coerced into criminal activity. They're going to look at their text messages. They're going to look at the many things the defense has exploited during the course of this trial and come to a decision as to whether or not we're really dealing with coercion in the true sense of sex trafficking. And the problem with Diddy on the flip side is some of these predicate acts are easy knockoffs for them, including the prostitution charge, including some of the intimidation charges. So it's going to be an interesting jury watch.
Yeah, I wonder when you look at transportation to engage in prostitution, you look at bribery, you look at maybe arson, kidnapping, you could make the argument that some of these feel stronger than the others. You know, it is an interesting question, and they really have to go through each one of those, which is why I don't think you're getting a verdict in an hour, unless, of course, these jurors have already come up their mind and they're not really looking at the facts and the evidence, considering what was in front of them for 7 weeks. I hope that's not the case. There should be a significant deliberation process to really get at the heart of what's happening here. Mauricio, let me go to you. Let's go talk about it. This is from Heather Stein, 4575. How long do you think deliberations will take? Hours, days? And remember, we got the July 4th weekend coming up.
I think in almost every high profile case that I've done, I think that the jury knows that everybody's watching. So even if they have made up their mind, I think that they make it a point to show the world that they're giving it the importance that it deserves. So I would, I'm saying minimum a couple of days, because there's been so much evidence that they're just not going to want to go in there, take a vote, and then say, okay, we're going to convict them. I will be shocked if they do that.
Well,
so I think at least a couple of days.
Before, you think do you think they're going to hold off and not come with a verdict until after July 4th? They're like, we got to get out of here. We got to go home.
So we have today, tomorrow,
right?
The
next day, and then what, Thursday, right? Yeah, Thursday, I think.
Yeah, no, I think that they could come back before the July 4th. At the end of the day, listen, it's a long trial, but they've been sitting through it, so they don't have to regurgitate piece by piece every piece of evidence. But in my experience, even the ones that you think are slam dunks, when the media is involved, and especially at this level, I mean, this is as high profile as we can get. Everybody's watching, and the jurors really want to show the world that they've really done their work, and they're taking the case seriously. So, could it be before the 4th? Maybe, but I definitely think that they're going to take a couple days.
Okay. All right. We have Queen Elizabeth with us. We have Elizabeth Milner, who is inside that courtroom. She is with us, everybody. Fan favorite. Elizabeth, great to see you. Thanks so much for coming on. So I'm going to get right into it. We got questions coming in for you. This is from RSS 9965. What will Elizabeth Milner do the rest of the day while the jury deliberates? Will she remain in court in case jury has jury questions?
Yep. Well, I will definitely be back inside that courtroom again once, I do my hit with you, Jesse, once I chat with you guys and say hello. But my plan is to go get some food, go upstairs, see what's going on up there. But I have a book with me just in case, because I know it's going to be a long deliberation and I don't expect them to come back with a verdict anytime soon. But we'll see. You never know.
All right. Well, I'm sure we're going to get questions about what the book is, but I'll allow our viewers to ask. Okay. Elizabeth, RSS 9965. Has Elizabeth made any press court observer friends? If yes, can she bring them on as guests during our next break?
Oh my God, I should go find them. I feel like they're all kind of scattered around here a little bit. Some of them are probably doing their own live hits. Some of them are probably still inside the courtroom right now, just kind of waiting to see what's about to happen. What we do know is that, and I'm pretty sure you've probably already reported on this, Jesse, is that they've finally and officially selected a 4-person. So that's probably the biggest news that we've come out since the jury's gone back to that room to start their deliberations. But I'd love to bring on some of the friends. Like, we should bring in like all 21 of us and have just one big giant like live shot and conversation. But if I can find someone, I might bring them on. Who knows? Just stick around and stay tuned.
If you try to get 21 people onto this live shot, our control room is going to have a heart attack. So I'm going to probably advise against. Yeah, they're going to have a heart attack. So I'm going to advise against that. Let me ask you this. Jury instructions can be rather bland. I think they are so important in this kind of case. Was there anything that stood out to you today about them? I think the judge even said, I'm going to try to make it a little interesting for you. Was it interesting? Was there anything that stood out to you? Maybe it was about the racketeering charge. Maybe it was about sex trafficking. As I mentioned before, I thought it was interesting, how to weigh witnesses who testified under a pseudonym, witnesses who testified under an immunity agreement. What stood out to you?
Yeah, well, definitely the judge was like, oh, well, I'm going to try to make this interesting, but no offense to the judge at all. It wasn't as interesting as I think he probably wanted to make it for the jury, but he did do it in a pretty quick speed to the point where I was like, oh, this is it. And then they're done. Then they went back to deliberate. But I think some of the points that kind of stood out to me was, one, that these jurors have to be impartial. Two, I think another thing that stood out was just the indictment versus how important the indictment is to the actual jury deliberation, in that you shouldn't be taking the indictment as just the word and that's just the say so and that's how things go. I think also the jury, because we discussed this earlier, Jesse, about whether or not will the jury have in their mind that the defense didn't put up any witnesses, that the defendant didn't testify in his own defense. But the judge, according to his instructions, said you can't take that into accountability take that into account, I should say, only because the burden of proof is all on the government. The burden of proof is all on the prosecution, and they are the ones who have to prove their case. Because, and despite what a lot of people may want to assume, is that Sean Combs is not guilty, or excuse me, he's innocent until proven guilty. And so I think a lot of people, especially the jurors, have to keep in mind that, they may have had thoughts in their head, but until they all have that discussion over over at that table. I think it's a round table too, in that quiet room, in the courtroom, for that matter. I think that they all have to kind of really talk through everything. That just because we outside in the press who have been covering this case since the start may have our opinions about things, but it's up to these 12 jurors, these 4 women and these 8 men, to decide what is the fate of Sean Diddy Combs, and it's up to them to be making that decision.
Yeah, again, we are in verdict watch right now. They just went back to deliberate. If there is a court update, if there's anything that happens, we will bring it to you live in real time. Elizabeth, before you have to jump back in, you got a bunch of compliments. Poison Ivy 3, Elizabeth's hair is popping. We got Smarty Pants 1225, super chat comment. Thank you so much. Queen Lizzie, your hair looks glorious today. Everybody loving your hair.
Thank you.
And then Splunks.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then Splunk's mama asks, Elizabeth, what are you currently reading?
Oh, that's a good one. And don't judge me, everyone who is watching this live stream. I'm reading Wicked. Why? Because I'm so excited for Wicked Part 2 to come out. And I was like, let me just read the entire book. And I know it's a lot different from the movie, but I was so excited. So that is my book of choice to be reading while the jury deliberates in this case.
And I'll tell you what, I don't blame you for reading something completely off topic from what you've been covering, because you, like the jurors, have been inundated with a lot of disturbing information and evidence over the last 7 weeks. So to get your mind off of it, I don't blame you at all. Elizabeth Milner, great to see you. Thank you so much. We're going to have you back on later. I think you and I are also going to be doing, by the way, Elizabeth and I did a sidebar today, like 8 in the morning, about the highlights from the prosecution and defense's closing argument. We're going to try to get that up immediately, because you have to imagine that's what the jury is going to be considering. So hope everybody can check that out. And Elizabeth and I are also going to be doing a sidebar recap at the end of the day as well. Elizabeth, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, Jesse.
You got it. Okay, let me go back to the questions. Brian, we got a super chat question from Celtic G Girl. I think Celtic Girl, but GH, spelled girl with GH. Celtic Girl Kaz, thank you so much. Will the jury take a vote straight away to give them an idea of where they are at?
Not necessarily. I mean, it may. It's been my experience that what they'll do is they'll kind of start with the first count, because that count is first in the indictment. But they may find very early on that they don't have unanimity on anything. And they may then jump to the third count and say to themselves, well, you know what? We all seem to be agreement here. Let's start here. Let's look at the easy stuff before we get to the more complex stuff, and see if they could find a unanimous verdict on the third count. Jurors do what jurors want to do in that deliberation room. And, we talked a lot about how long it's going to take for them to deliberate, when they'll come back with a verdict. We don't know if this jury is going to be splintered. We don't know right now if of these, 8 men and 4 women, or if I think I have that right, where they stand, and if there's going to be an impasse on one count or multiple counts. But where they begin, they usually start with the indictment, and they usually will track the indictment, because they're going to have a copy of it back there with them. And what ops they hit along the way might dictate how they pivot and then look on to different charges.
And I wonder if they'll start with racketeering, or they'll start with sex trafficking, or maybe they'll start with transportation to engage in prostitution, which again seems to be like the more streamlined, more simplified charge to potentially convict Sean Combs on. And that's not advocating for him to be found guilty. That's just, in my legal opinion, feels like the strongest case for the prosecution. Let me go to you, Mauricio.
Jesse, what's interesting about that, I wanted to add was, let's assume that this jury only convicted him of that third count.
Yeah.
Under federal sentencing guidelines, he's only exposed to, believe it or not, 15 to 21 months of incarceration on that count.
Up to 10 years, though. Up to 10 years.
Yeah, but sentencing guidelines are followed by the judges routinely, and nobody gets a statutory max on any kind of a crime who's never been convicted of a crime before. So the guidelines this judge will start with for that count is only 15 to 21 months. So you talk about a victory for the defense if that were to happen. It'd be a home run. He's almost got that time in.
Yeah, because think about it like this. He's looking at potentially life in prison for racketeering conspiracy. He's looking up to minimum 15 years in prison on sex trafficking. So yeah, 100% that would be a win. Okay, Mauricio, we go to you at Stella K80 or K80. How much does a lawyer's charisma, likability, and skill with the razzle-dazzle influence the outcome of a big trial such as this? Great reporting and hi from the UK. Thank you so much for the great question, and thank you for watching abroad. So I guess, yeah, how much does a lawyer's charisma, likability, skill, razzle-dazzle, how much does it affect the jury?
I think it's everything. I think it's everything. You have to keep them entertained. You have to keep them paying attention. They have to, at some level, like you, and they have to, at some level, like your client. If you expect for all of them to acquit your client, I've said this previously. I mean, expect for them to acquit your client. So yeah, it really is everything. And in this particular case, they had some of the best in his defense.
It's a shame, Mauricio, that you are so timid and you're so quiet, and it's a shame you don't have the razzle dazzle, Mauricio. I mean, after speaking and knowing you for so long, I wish you had that, unfortunately. No, you are, I could see you in a courtroom. I could see the jurors gravitating towards you. It's why you're such an excellent attorney, which now, let me look at this. Look at this. We've asked the question that I think it's important, because to be these jurors, not an easy task. Being on this trial for 7 weeks, now there's deliberations and everything they've seen. We asked the question, a poll, have you served as a juror on a state or federal jury? 14% said yes, 86% say no. Yeah, not a lot of people. Okay. Brian, I have to ask you, this is my question. Voluntary intoxication, negating elements or negating criminal intent for the predicates, the 8 underlying predicate crimes. Can you explain that to me? How does that exactly work?
Well, I'd really like to see that definition, because that was interesting to me when you said it. But certainly, if someone chooses to voluntarily take drugs or alcohol, it could negate, in many instances, the ability for them to complain of coercion, to complain that they were victimized. If it's a co-conspirator in the case, and that individual is intoxicating themselves, they have a hard time arguing that they were in league with or conspiring with somebody, because they aren't in the right frame of mind to have done so and shared that, what we call that specific intent, or that intent to commit the crime. But I was interested I'd be more interested to see what that related to and which particular count. Because
let me throw something out, what it might be.
Yeah.
A big theme is for sex trafficking. Did he know that they didn't consent? Okay, that's the allegation, right? They didn't consent. And the idea would be, how was he supposed to know? Maybe he didn't know. I don't know if that makes sense. Would that make sense to you, Brian? Like, he didn't know because of the state that he was in?
With sex with sex trafficking, how do you posture that? I mean, you've got everybody admitting that they're taking drugs, everybody admitting that in the beginning, at least, of these freak-offs, they were willing to do so. So I think what the judge is basically instructing this jury to do is to look carefully at the issue of intoxication, because you're not going to be able to complain in one instance that you're a victim and that you've been victimized when you voluntarily engaged in criminal activity or freak-offs that are, sexual activity. And because you voluntarily intoxicated yourself, you now say, well, I don't know if I had the ability to consent. That doesn't really fly. I think the best thing the defense has going for them is that each and every one of these women admitted under oath, which you never get in a racketeering conspiracy, that they voluntarily engaged in the activity to begin with, that they consented to it to begin with. And then ultimately they would testify that they got to a point where they didn't want to do it anymore, and they became coerced at that point. I think that's what the judge is striking at. And I think that's a problem for the prosecution, for each of these witnesses.
See, the other way of looking at it is it makes them more credible, right? If they were really going after Diddy, they would just say the worst stuff. We never consented to any of this. I mean, the way to say it is, and this is what the prosecution in their closing argument, we're not saying every event was sex trafficking. We're not saying every event even meets the threshold of sex trafficking. They could consent to 1 time to 2 times, but it doesn't mean they consent overall. Now the defense, or consent to everything. Now the defense said, let me get this straight. So they consent to 75 freak offs. On the 76, that jumps to sex trafficking. Is that a big jump? Again, it's a gray area. Mauricio, we got super chat questions coming in. This is from Myra 2813. Myra 2813. Thank you so much. Do you think the government will try him again if there is a hung jury or a mistrial?
Wow, that's a great question. Usually in my experience, when they get hung juries on high-profile cases, they immediately, alert everybody, including the press, that they intend to retry the case. I can't think of an exception in my career or in my memory of high-profile cases. But this one, if they get a hung jury, I think that they're going to have to really have discussions on, number one, do you want to incur the expense? At the end of the day, this has cost millions and millions of dollars for the government to pursue this case. And, legal experts, people that we have on our panel, people that know about the law, question the decision on whether or not this was, like Brad Cohen says, a state case on steroids, and it never belonged in federal court to start off with. So I think this is going to be a one of those special cases where if they do get a hung jury, they're really going to have to sit down and think about whether they want to, put everybody through this again.
Well, let me follow that up with you, Mauricio, because it matters what they might be hung on, right? Because KC 7480 says, can the jury find him guilty on some charges and hung on the other? Then would he be back in court on only those charges? So, Mauricio, I guess it becomes a question, right? If they find him guilty on transportation to engage in prostitution, but they're hung on racketeering or they're hung on sex trafficking, and it matters the split. Let's say there was 1 or 2 holdouts and everybody else was voting in favor of guilty. I mean, they could find that information out. I think that would influence their decision whether they retry him. No, Mauricio?
Yeah, I think so. But I think if they convict them on one thing, that's going to be more of a motivation for them not to put everybody through this again. You know what I mean? The prosecution could chalk it up to a win. No, we got them on something. But this is a very, very particular case of people's careers are going to be on the line. I'm not talking about the people that are in the courtroom, but the people that really motivated this case to be brought in federal court. They're going to have a decision to make if they do hang them on any one of these counts.
Okay,
let's not forget that we've got a new Department of Justice right now, and the decisions are going to be made by DOJ, and we have a new Attorney General. And I'm not so sure that politics won't move into play here if there's a hung jury.
You make a good point, because there's all this conversation about whether or not if he's convicted would he get a federal pardon from the president. Let me throw this to you, Brian. This is from Titan Guy 8308. It's a super chat question. Thank you so much. If found not guilty, will Diddy get his oils, his drugs, his guns, and videos back?
He absolutely is entitled to get back everything that he legally possessed, and I assume he legally possessed possessed all of those items. So anything that he legally possessed, technically he must have returned to him. I'm not so sure he'll be suffering the embarrassment of asking for it all back, but he just might. I don't know. I hope he doesn't need it anymore.
Here's your carton of
He will.
oil.
He will.
Yeah.
He's not going to stop the freak offs. If he gets not guilty, immediate freak off.
Well, remember, let me bring in Sierra Gillespie on this. Because Sierra, when he was arrested, he had evidence of freak offs in the hotel room, right? He had materials with him when he was arrested in September of 2024.
Yes, you're right. I had to laugh at what Mauricio was saying, that if he is acquitted, immediate freak off. I mean, maybe. Who's to say anything is possible? We've been talking about how any sort of verdict could come and we'd be shocked, but also not shocked because anything is possible. And yeah, it does seem, based on testimony, based on the evidence we've seen, or jurors rather have seen, that there is video documentation of these freak offs, that he liked to watch it or at least have it in his possession, which, yes, at the time of his arrest, September 2024, almost a year ago at this point, yes, that's what he has with him. Interesting choice, but a lot of the choices that he has are pretty interesting in general. So I don't know. If he's acquitted, maybe he goes out and gets some more baby oil and lube. I don't know.
Well, I don't think he's becoming a sponsor for Johnson & Johnson anytime soon. But I'll tell you this much, Sierra.
We don't know.
Look, the time frame matters, right? When you're talking about these crimes, they have to say it went past 2019. They have to say it continued basically up until his arrest. That helps their case. So the fact that when he was arrested, he has evidence purportedly of these, and if we're treating freak-offs or Wild King nights as crimes, that helps the prosecution. Okay, we got this question from LaRob Show 6300, Sierra. What time did the jurors wrap up today? Is there a chance the judge lets them deliberate into the evening if they want, or is there a strict cutoff for the day?
This is a really good question because it varies depending on case, right? I know a lot of our viewers here have probably watched many a trial here on Law and Crime, and it varies depending on the judge or the state. Now we're in federal court, and the answer is I don't know when we're going to be done for today, okay? So it's really going to be up to the jurors. If they, are really close to something and they feel like they want to wrap it up at 5, okay, they can. Or rather, if they want to keep going, it's up to them and their discretion. So it's kind of TBD right now how long we're going to be here today. I mean, I'll tell you, we're going to be here. Elizabeth is in the courtroom now. I'm going to be outside until we get the okay, they're done for the night. But it's really up to the jurors at this point. It's in their hands in so many ways.
Oh, absolutely. And let me throw a super chat to you because we're hogging all the super chats. Sierra gets a super chat too. Don't think we're leaving you out of super chats. Got a super chat from Melanie Fox, 4314. Thank you so much. Sierra, what's your prediction for the verdict?
I mean, this is difficult. I wish I had a magic 8-ball for nostalgia reasons and because I would like to know. Although, to be fair, would a magic 8-ball tell me the answer? I'm not entirely sure. My guess is a mixed verdict. I think that that's most likely. I do think that there is enough evidence for a conviction in some way. Again, we've talked about this. I wouldn't be surprised whatever happens, but I think overall, the strongest one has got to be transportation to engage in prostitution. That's what I would have said prior to closings. I do still think it's pretty strong. However, after closings, I think RICO might have been clinched too. So it might be all of them, but I'm going to say mixed just to be safe.
I've said it time and time and again, the closing arguments in this case, I think the whole trial is built around them. I think this was a complicated case. Both sides needed to lay out in a very digestible way whether or not this was RICO, whether or not it wasn't, whether or not they met the elements or they didn't. And I think both sides did a really strong job. The transportation to engage in prostitution, I mean, if I had to side, I think the prosecution nailed it there. But you got up in the bag with sex trafficking and racketeering. By the way, I want to let everybody know something. We have incredible viewers. We have incredible questions. And I want to let you know that right now we're announcing this. We have the #1 live stream on YouTube right now for the Diddy Verdict Watch. That's right. So this is amazing. This is all due to you guys. Please stay with us for the remainder of the day as we continue our coverage. We're going to do this all day. We're going to do this through the verdict. We're going to do this for the rest of the week as we are in Verdict Watch. We really make this show. We produce all of this content for you guys. This is all for you. Thank you so much. And this is one of the rare platforms where we can engage with you, get your feedback, figure out what the questions are, try to analyze the law, try to analyze what's happening in real time, because sometimes it gets complicated and we don't talk about it in a 5-minute bite. We have the opportunity in a 2-hour show in blocks. We're going to be doing it all day to really get into this and really get into the law. So thank you so much for your continued watching, your continued support. We're going to keep it going. Okay, let me bring it back in, Mauricio and Brian. We have a question here, a super chat question for Mauricio, Professor Elm 13. Thank you so much. Could the evidence in this case be used to indict other freak-off participants who don't have immunity, i.e. other celebrities? What could the charges be? Now, to be clear, I didn't hear anything about other celebrities being a part of freak-offs or Wild King nights, but you talk about the potential sex workers or the purported sex workers. You tell me, could the evidence in this case be used to indict other people?
The answer is yes. The fact that they use the evidence in this case doesn't preclude them in the future from using that evidence to charge somebody else. I don't think that that's going to happen. I think that they've really put themselves out there and even charging this case the way that they did. And I don't think that, whatever happens in this case, whether they convict them or not, I don't think that the prosecutor's office there in New York is going to want to continue with this. I don't see them charging, no matter who the celebrity is. I don't think that they're going to want to be involved in this type of case after this trial. So I don't see that happening. But legally, yeah, they can. The fact that you use evidence in a trial does not preclude the prosecution from using it in future cases against different people.
Brian McMonagle, let's make something very clear. This is from Joshua White, 3661, super chat question. Thank you so much. Nothing is illegal about having a freak off, right?
Correct.
Well, if you use prostitutes, I guess.
Well, you didn't say that. Yeah. I mean, having a freak off isn't illegal. You want to pay for a prostitute, prostitution's illegal. You want to transport prostitutes across state lines or people across state lines to have sex, that's illegal. So freak offs, you can have them every day, all day. It's just, you got to make sure that in putting it together, for those that have interest in it, you don't violate any state or federal laws in doing so.
Yeah, if force, fraud, coercion was used, that's the issue. And you know, Mauricio, it really is interesting because the prosecution, I think the strongest part they had in their closing argument was saying what I mentioned before. You might say all these episodes, a lot of these episodes were consensual. A lot of them don't meet the requirements of sex trafficking, but I'm going to give you specific examples from Cassie and Jane where it was sex trafficking. So where they talk about Cassie, the 2016 incident, right? The hotel tape, the idea that there was a freak off happening or she had left a freak off and it wasn't maybe completed, but she was leaving. She's beaten by Sean Combs, dragged in the back in the direction of that room where there was a sex worker, checks off a number of the requirements of sex trafficking. Another example, she's sitting next to him on a plane. He purportedly shows her these sex tapes, threatens to release them. So you have a travel component, you have a threat component. They land. He demands a freak off. He gets a freak off. Those are two concrete examples. With Jane, there's an example, aside from the allegations that she was forced to do this when she was sick or exhausted. There was a violent episode she talked about, June 2024, beaten. He says, take this bleeping pill. You better go back out there. All the text messages from Jane where she is expressing reluctance to not engage in these hotel nights, particularly after Cassie filed her lawsuit. The jury, do you think the jury is going to weed out and say, you know what, I think there was a lot that they consented to, but it doesn't mean they consented to everything. And maybe even though Mark Agnifilo says, oh my gosh, you're going to make the jump from consensual to sex trafficking, maybe they will make that jump. What do you think?
Just like someone can say, can make the jump that, a woman consented in the beginning of sexual intercourse, and then at some point she negated the consent, and whether it was rape or not. So the fact that you can withdraw your consent, and especially the video, the violent attack, at the end of the day, if you believe that P. Diddy did the things that the government is accusing him of, the multiple day interrogation, the firebombing the car, he's acting like a criminal. And even though this RICO may be RICO, it doesn't mean that even if they have a problem with the law, it doesn't mean that they've satisfied the elements of the law and that he may be guilty of sex trafficking and of RICO.
Did you just say RICO? Because if you did,
yeah.
Do we not coin that somewhere?
RICO,
we got a trademark attorney on set?
Maybe RICO.
You
but
know
it
what?
can still stick.
You know what, Mauricio?
Stick.
You know what, Mauricio? We got this comment from Maylink P1. Mauricio brings the heat. Is Mauricio from Miami?
Yes, from Miami.
See, people know.
Born and raised.
There you go. There you go. All right, Brian. This is a great question from Nest Dog, who's been a frequent contributor with questions during our live streams. Actually, a lot of our viewers have been as well. And let me couple that with another question from Smarty Pants 1225. Thank you so much for the super chat question, Smarty Pants 1225. So I'm going to throw two questions to you. They're very similar. Smarty Pants 1225 asks, is it likely RICO and the Mann Act will get revised after this case? You mentioned it before about what these statutes were traditionally designed for, Brian. Brian, I'm going to throw this one to you. This is what they were originally designed for. Let's start there. And then the next question I have is about racketeering. So let me put Nest Dog's question to the side for a second. Brian, let's stick with this. Smarty Pants 1225. Is it likely RICO and the Mann Act will get revised after this case?
I don't think so. I mean, revising a statute involves, cooperation within our government to change the statute. Every single challenge to the constitutionality of the RICO statute has been struck down by the Supreme Court. I'm not aware of any opinions that are up there that would challenge it. If there's a conviction here, they could challenge the use of the racketeering statute and take it all the way to the Supreme Court. But getting legislation like this, a federal statute changed isn't easy. And I don't think one case will do it. And I don't think this would be the case for them to do it.
Let me just go to one more question for you, Brian. This is from Nest Dog, and then we'll hit a break. I believe they got him on prostitution, drugs, and bribery. Isn't that technically RICO?
Yeah, but you gotta prove the criminal enterprise, and you gotta prove with unanimity those predicate acts. And so, yeah, I mean, I think you've both said it, and I don't disagree with you. If you looked at the definitions themselves and only focused on the definitions, they could check both those boxes and convict him of racketeering in a minute. I just wonder, with all of the consent issues in the case, if they don't just take the easy way out, clip him, on the Mann Act violations, and call it a day. You've got to get a unanimous verdict, and you got to get all 12 people to agree on every predicate act, and then on the racketeering enterprise as well. Not easy to do. Although I will tell you, in racketeering cases, they got about a 90% conviction rate across the country. So they do it.
This case could be an outlier. This case could be different. You said it before. So it's interesting to think about. I'll tell you what, we're going to hit a break. We are officially in verdict watch in the Sean Diddy Combs federal sex crimes case. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We have a verdict watch clock that we're going to be putting up as well. We'll see how long the jurors are going to be deliberating for. Do you think they're going to come back today or not? We'll talk about it. We'll take more of your questions on the other side. Stay with us. All right, welcome back to our extended coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs federal trial out in New York City. I'm Jesse Weber. We have just gotten an update from court as the jury is officially in deliberations. We are in verdict watch. I want to bring back on law and crime Sierra Gillespie outside the federal courthouse. Sierra, my understanding is we just got an update from the jury. What's going on?
Yeah, Jesse, this is our first big update about 2 hours into deliberations, and it sounds like the jurors have a question. So we don't know exactly everything yet. I'm sure that will be coming momentarily, but here's what we do know. It was a note written on a lined sheet of paper. About 1/3 of the piece of paper was taken up with this writing, whatever the question is. So first it's handed over to the prosecution. They take a look, assess it, hand it over to the defense, specifically Mark Agnifilo, lead attorney for the defense. He takes a look, and then Judge Arun Subramanian is coming back in. So soon we will know what was on that little note or the question. But as of now, it sounds like both sides know what's going on.
Yeah, and typically for viewers who don't know this, you and I have covered trials, it's not unusual for jurors to have questions at the start of deliberations, right?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, think about it. If this is their first time that they're going into the deliberation room as a juror, I mean, I've never served on jury duty. I might have a leg up because I work at law and crime. But for most of these people, they've never done it in their lives. So it's natural that they're in there and they're like, wait, are we doing this right? Wait, do you know what to do? And I'm sure they had a question. Someone had a question, and they kind of talked it out. And they're like, you know what? Let's play it on the safe side because they're taking their job seriously. Let's play it on the safe side, ask this question, and get the correct response. So I think that's showing that the jury is doing their job and really considering things.
By the way, I want to throw a super chat question to you. By the way, we're taking questions as they come in from our viewers, including super chat questions. So as soon as we get an update on what this jury note is, we'll talk about it. But we got a super chat question from @1983 made. Thank you so much. Tupac case has been quiet. Is it possible Puff gets extradited after this verdict? I think it's more to come. Just to be clear, Sierra, there's nothing that's come up about Tupac or Biggie during the course of this case, but people have discussed it in the last 2 years or year and a half since Diddy's legal troubles began.
Yes, let's start with that right at the top, that nothing has been discussed as far as all of this in court. I think that's really important to note. And also, really quickly, I'm here because I host our show called Scandal. We also have a channel where we discuss things like this all of the time. Anything celebrity, we're covering Diddy, we're covering things like this with Tupac and Biggie. So subscribe if you're interested in stuff like that, because I know I am. Is it possible, our super chatter asks, is it possible if after this P. Diddy is extradited? Yes, again, anything is possible. I don't necessarily see it because I haven't seen any sort of like criminal filings in relation to all of this. These are all just rumors at this point, and I don't know how much weight we can give to them. So yes, anything is possible, but I don't know if that's leaning more toward probable.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Right now, what we're going to do is we are going to wait till we get an update in court. As soon as Judge Arun Subramanian comes in and reads the note, we'll let you know in real time. Sierra's going to let us know in real time. Want to bring back in Mauricio Padilla. Want to bring back in Brian McMonigal. We have more super chat questions coming in. Brian, I'll start with you. This is from Katie Kindle 3491. So if he walks, meaning if he's acquitted, are the freak offs just rebranded as misunderstood networking events?
I don't know how they're going to be rebranded or if they're going to be rebranded. I think the real interesting question is if he's acquitted, how he reimagines his life and how he rebrands if he chooses to rebrand. He's got a lot of work to do in terms of bringing his public image back into play in a productive way. And my guess is he'll at least for a short period of time, to the extent that his urges allow him, try to stay away from the free calls for a while, because certainly there would be the fear that you could have subsequent prosecutions and witnesses wearing body wires and things like that should they remain closed. So I'm guessing it's not going to be business as usual for him for at least a little while.
You know, it's interesting. There was testimony presented during the course of this trial that as soon as he figured out he might be in trouble, or at least after the lawsuit from Cassie, he started moving or allegedly moving the freak offs, the Wild King Nights, away from hotels and into his home, right? And I think that that's significant for the prosecution because it goes to the idea of what we talked about in the law, consciousness of guilt. If he knew that he was getting in trouble for this, don't have it in public places like this. Interesting super chat questions came in for you, Mauricio. One is from Joshua White, 3661. Off topic, I know, but Mauricio, can you tell us the artists responsible for your amazing background? So that's question number one. We'll talk about that. And two, this is a question from Katie Kindle, 3491. Where is Christina Quorum? Is she alive?
Okay, this art is from a Puerto Rican artist by the name of Sobrino. He does a lot of abstract work, and I'm very glad to have it. And what was the second question was about?
Where is Christina Quorum? Is she alive? There's no reason to believe something's wrong with her, something happened to her. I mean, it was relatively recent that through her representative, she made a statement because she was named or mentioned in a civil lawsuit, and she had been quiet up until this point, even though she had been mentioned before, and denied all allegations. Just because she wasn't called to the stand by either the prosecution or the defense doesn't necessarily mean there's something nefarious going on or something might be wrong with her.
Right, and I've spoken about this previously, where I mean, in my opinion, it could be one of two things: either they used her for inside information, where she shone, light where the government needed information, and she was a pivotal person that assisted the prosecution in finding out the scheme, an insider in P. Diddy's world, and then they didn't want her to testify because she had her own negativity that they felt that the criminal defense attorneys were going to exploit on the stand, or she was going to testify and they had prepped her and then she got cold feet. So, and the reason I say that is because if it's the latter, if she got cold feet and they were depending on her to really solidify some of these counts, the federal government is going to be very upset that she left them hanging. So, I don't know whether she's alive or dead, but when it comes to the prosecution using her, that was one of two ways.
If he's convicted.
Well, that's an interesting question. I mean, I didn't see in the forfeiture allegations that sometimes attend these indictments whether or not they're going to be able to seize various properties or assets. But there would have to be a forfeiture order in order for them to move on to any of those properties. So if the government had the intention of trying to take properties, corporations, assets of corporations, they would have had to charge it, and they would have to get a verdict on those counts. So I'm not so sure anything happens to them. They may just be left in place. I mean, if they're legitimate business enterprises, then there's nothing the government can do with them.
We'll put up a poll. Does the jury's ability to stay late for deliberations increase the chances of a thorough verdict? 60% of those polled say yes, more time equals better decisions. 40% say no, longer hours leads to fatigue. What's your opinion on it, Mauricio?
I mean, when we're talking about whether or not it causes fatigue, these jurors have been through a lot. They've been through weeks and weeks of showing up to court. So the fatigue associated with let's stay a little late, I mean, I don't think that that's the type of fatigue that's going to affect their decision making. But, there's situations where, a juror could have, issues with their blood sugar, or you can have jurors that are a little older than others, or so it really depends on the makeup of your jury. But considering what they've been through as a jury, for all these weeks, I don't think keeping them late 1 day, 2 days, 3 days is something that's going to cause the type of fatigue that would affect their decision making.
Brian, you disagree?
I don't disagree, but I'll tell you, I'll share with you in the one Cosby trial that I was involved in, the first one, our judge worked that jury all day and late into the night for 5 days. The trial lasted 5 days. The deliberations lasted 5 days before they deadlocked, and they were working till 8 o'clock at night. And I don't know how tired the jurors were, but I remember I was tired as hell. So I think this judge, and most federal judges, at least today, they believe in a work day. And I think they'll let the jurors work a work day. and these people have responsibilities at home. As Mauricio says, there may be health issues. But a good 8-hour day is good enough. They'll come back, there's no time limit. They could deliberate for, a month if they had to. So most judges are of a mind today not to work them too long, too hard, because it is normally counterproductive.
Brian, let me throw another question to you. This is from Always Something 69. If Diddy did a private deal with the feds, will we ever find out? Example, give up high-profile names for lesser charges or years behind bars. I mean, there was talk about a potential plea deal before the trial began. Would we ever find that out? Would we ever find that out?
Well, you already have found it out. I mean, if he had cut such a deal, he wouldn't have gone to trial. He wouldn't have finished the trial. They wouldn't be deliberating right now. I'm sure there was a deal in place. I'm sure they offered him the opportunity to cooperate against other people should he have such information. And he didn't have it or just decided not to do it. But I don't think that exists. Now you do have situations, and I don't think it'll happen here, that sometimes people decide to cooperate after they're convicted, but before they're sentenced. So stay tuned.
Let me ask you this. Go to you, Mauricio. It's a question I have. I've been asked it since last week. Was it a mistake for Diddy's defense to not really put on a case? They put in a few exhibits, a few text messages that obviously make this whole issue of consent, willing participants, sex trafficking a little more grayer, right? The idea of what were the messages from Cassie and Jane? Were they encouraging the freak-offs? Were they expressing their love for Sean Combs? Besides putting those in, they didn't call any witnesses, right? They could have called an expert witness to rebut the testimony of the prosecution's own forensic psychologist. They could have called in the head of HR for Sean Combs Enterprises to basically talk about, I don't know, maybe what the job description was of the assistants and the bodyguards. Was it a criminal enterprise or not? They didn't. Sean Combs chose not to take the stand. I am of the opinion, I don't think the jury's going to look at that in a negative light. I think they're basically going to say, yeah, they didn't have to put on a case. They did a thorough job cross-examining the state's key witnesses and presenting problematic text messages and social media posts. They didn't have to put on a case. But where do you think? You think the jury's going to use it against them?
Well, listen, the juries can always use that against you. They're not supposed to, but like there's certain cases, like, cases that involve children, or, a jury's going to want to hear you say, I didn't touch that kid. And that's something that I've had to deal with in my own career. So there are situations where a jury is going to expect you to take the stand. A jury's, regardless of what the law says, jurors are people at the end of the day, and they make decisions based on their gut and, on their hearts. So a lot of times they want to hear it. Now, whether it was a mistake, I mean, P. Diddy's defense team is as good as it gets. Mark and the people that he's got around them, they're as good as it gets. And I have a feeling that if they didn't put up a case, it's because they couldn't put up a case that was going to be, criticized immediately by everybody, including the press, as being extremely thin. So if you don't have witnesses, if you don't have a defense that's really worth it, do you want to go up there and, put up a defense that's, hyphenated at best, and then have people criticize that? Because then, when you don't put up a defense, you could, point to the prosecution and say, I don't have anything to do here. I don't really have a role except to defend my client. The prosecution was the one that was supposed to prove their case, and they failed to do so. So, I don't think that it may have been a mistake. Only they would know, because we don't know who they have, who the defense has talked to, what witnesses they have. So we really don't know.
Let me bring back in Sierra Gillespie as we're waiting for this juror note, more explanation about what this juror note is. Sierra, you can let us know if you found out any further information about it. But more importantly, I want to ask you, you're outside the courthouse right now. There was quite a scene during the course of this trial. During opening statements, Kanye showed up at one point during the course of this trial. We all remember when Kid Cudi had to testify. What's happening right now outside the courthouse? Have you seen any notable figures? Are there people either in support of Diddy, against Diddy? I mean, this is now the start of jury deliberations. Theoretically, we could get a verdict today. Maybe unlikely, probably unlikely. But what are you seeing outside the courthouse right now?
Yeah, this is a good question, because we have seen a couple of high-profile people like Kanye West, for example, or Kid Cudi, or of course Cassie, one of the star witnesses in all of this. As of right now, no celebrities that are here. Actually, we don't even have that much of a crowd. I mean, I guess I say not that big of a crowd. There usually is some sort of crowd outside of the courthouse, maybe 10 or 15 people over there. They're kind of the same people who have been here since the start, really. People who are live streaming, like you and I are, talking about the case. Most of them just with their phones, or maybe they have a selfie stick of some sort. And then the bulk of the people really are up and down the row I'm on here, and even around the corner, other people who have cameras set up and lights, people doing live shots. I've actually seen a lot of who I believe are tourists, you know, wearing the I Heart NY t-shirts, taking pictures of like me talking to you, Jesse. They'll be like, oh, there's a live report going on behind us. So mostly it's people who are like, hey, what's going on? Is there a verdict yet? So people are curious, but not a lot of commotion in the way of support for Diddy or support for Cassie. Not too much of that, but there's still time.
And I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but do we know if there is an announcement of a verdict, how long it's going to be till that verdict is read? 30 minutes, an hour, 15 minutes? Because I imagine when it's announced, oh my gosh, there's a verdict, the scene outside could change, and could change quite rapidly.
Oh, yeah. And I do just want to note for all of our viewers that are here, we are up. We are in our little tent. We have our lights and our camera, and we're ready to go. So if we ever hear the word that there is a verdict, we will be up. We will be up as soon as we can. So, I mean, keep watching, because you never really know when it's going to be, right? I know that Jesse's going to be glued to the chair at some point to make sure to share this news. We don't have it just yet. And to your question, Jesse, I don't know exactly. Generally, from the cases I've covered in the past, and you too, the bailiffs usually like to give media a heads up. I mean, if we're talking about our girl, Queen Elizabeth Milner, she's recognized by name and face inside now. So I'm pretty confident that they would tell her, okay, Elizabeth, hey, we have half an hour until we're going to read the verdict, whatever. But I don't have an official number or time amount that they would let us know.
Okay, and I know you're going to keep up to date on what that jury note is. So as soon as we have more information, it could be quite telling. So we'll let everybody know. Want to bring back in Brian and Mauricio on this. So we have more more questions coming in. Brian, this is a question for you. This is from I Am Sydney Sexton. If this is a hung jury, will Diddy remain in jail, or can he file again to qualify for bail? As we know, he's famously been denied bail multiple times leading up to this trial. What do you think?
I think he will definitely file to be released on bail, and he's got some compelling arguments to be released. You know, one of them being that, you know, the government put on its case and they were unable to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And for that reason, you know, let's release him. Let's leave him in custody in his home. All the arguments that he made before, but now with the idea that, you know, this isn't going to be a layup for the government. They've already swung and missed and failed. And there could be compelling reasons, I think, for a judge to maybe, who's already heard the case, who's got his own views of the case, to come to a different decision with respect to detention. So I would expect it. And it would get a little bit different scrutiny than it did the first time, for sure.
Well, I would say yes, that if he was acquitted of any of the charges, right? If they're hung on other ones, but he's acquitted of any of the charges, I would agree with you. There could be a change in circumstances regarding risk of flight, regarding danger to the community. If he's no longer facing, let's say, a racketeering charge, or he's no longer facing a sex trafficking charge, right? But if he's hung and there's no decision, couldn't the judge just say there's not a change in circumstance? He's still facing, unless, of course, the prosecution decides not to recharge him.
Sure, legally, the judge would be on all fours to deny a motion, but this motion, I think, would be better than the last couple they filed because of the hung jury, if in fact there is one.
Okay, Mauricio, over to you. This goes to the heart of a question that I have had since the beginning of this whole saga. The question, of course, is, we got it I think it was last week, you know, if Diddy had settled with Cassie before the lawsuit was filed, before it was made public, would we be here? Right? That's a fair question. Well, Nancy Nicole D asks, if Cassie had been married to Combs, or lived with him in 2023, got everything going, would Combs be here today? So if she was married to him in California and had, I guess, another legal avenue to sue him, or you know, collect money from him, although it doesn't change the fact that she probably could have still filed a lawsuit against him for these very same allegations. But you tell me where you stand on this.
Well, I mean, listen, whether or not she could have sued him for alimony, she sued him and she got $20 million. So we go back to the question that you posed, which is something that Brad has been pretty outspoken since the beginning of that he messed up in not resolving that case before it hit the media. And if he would have resolved that civil case, like he had the opportunity to do so prior to her filing it, a lot of the things that Cassie said would have been secretive. They could have come to an agreement. They could have had her sign a non-disclosure, agreement regarding the terms of that, but he didn't. And when that became public, that's when it started to snowball and everything started to click, and then the video of the 2016 attack came out, and that's when the federal prosecutors started to listen and pay attention to the case and really try and formulate how they were going to convict them. So I don't know whether or not if she would have been married to him would have made a difference, but for sure, if you would have resolved that case prior to paying her the 20 million, prior to her it generating a case number, prior to it becoming a public record, it would have definitely played an important role in whether or not he would have been in the situation he's in right now.
Brian, we got a super chat question that came in from Christina Lester. Christina Lester, thank you so much. If this results in a hung jury, and when we say hung jury, basically the jury couldn't come to a decision, right? They were at an impasse. If this results in a hung jury, how quickly could another trial take place?
I mean, a judge could put it on his docket and retry it within a period of months. I would think a lot of that will depend on his custody status. If he remains in custody after a hung jury and the judge decides to keep him in custody, I think the defense will move quickly to say, hey, we want to go right back on trial as soon as possible because we want to end this for him and try to not have his incarceration prolonged any further. All they got to do is get the transcripts. As soon as the transcripts are transcribed, you're ready to rock and roll. You've already got the blueprint for how to try this case. So I wouldn't expect it would take a long period of time unless there's any appeals that are taken after the hung jury, which I'm not so sure they'd have the ability to do anyway. So quickly, I would think it would be quick, particularly with an incarcerated defendant like this.
I mean, he wanted to go to trial quickly on this. It's kind of rare to have a federal case go to trial in under a year from when you have arrest and indictment, but he was going full steam ahead. He didn't seem to me, once he couldn't make bail, he didn't want to spend one more day behind bars, and he thinks he has a good shot at getting acquitted. This is from Purple Sammy X. I'll go to you, Mauricio. Hi from England. Hi, that's amazing, so far away. What do you think the verdict will be as of now? And if guilty, how long do you predict he'll get?
Listen, that's a good question because they can convict him on a multitude of things. They can come back and convict him on everything, and then he would be looking at possibly a sentence over 25 years, and including up to life. Or they could convict him of some things and acquit him of others. We've spoken a lot about the difficulties involved in the RICO, in the RICO count. But jurors, anytime that your freedom is in the hands of 6 or 12 or 14 jurors, anybody that does what we do, what attorneys do, knows that you have no idea what they're going to do. Everybody that's a trial attorney has won the ones that we should have lost, and we've lost the ones that we should have won. So jurors, for the most part, are pretty. You really don't know what you're going to get. And also you really don't know how the judge is going to take this. It is a high-profile case. There are the guidelines, but he could depart. He can go up or he can go down. So federal judges routinely can do whatever they want. They don't because they don't want to get appealed. But there's a lot of variables at play here.
Okay, go to you, Brian. This is a super chat question from Huntertainment 2. Do the RICO predicates, do they all agree on or need to be the exact same? I think the question is, let's be clear. I guess there's 8 underlying predicate crimes, right? The prosecution needs to prove at least 2. Does the jury need to agree on all of them, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt. Talk to us about the underlying predicate crimes, what the standard is, what the burden of proof is.
Yeah, they have to have unanimity on at least 2 predicates. So, whatever predicates they are unanimously agreed on, whether it be guilty or not guilty, they have to inform the court of that. And if there are 2 predicates that they are unanimous on, all agree as to that predicate act, and there are 2 of them, then they've sustained their burden and it would be a guilty verdict.
And we've been talking about whether some are stronger than the others, right? Transportation to engage in prostitution, drug distribution, maybe bribery. Okay, we got another question coming in from rap superstar. I'll throw this to you, Mauricio. Can you explain the coercion so we can understand, please? I think this is with respect to sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion with respect to Cassie, Ventura Fine, and Jane. What are we talking about when we say coercion?
So coercion, for instance, we'll give the example of I recorded you without your knowledge having this freak off. And if you don't do what I say, I am going to publish this and I'm going to ruin your career as a singer if you don't continue to come to these freak offs and have sex with whatever man I want you to. That's coercion. With Jane, I remember there was testimony about whether or not he was dangling her $10,000 a month rent, whether or not she was going to be homeless. Things of that could be coercion. And, you're pretty much forcing people to do something that they don't want to do with either a threat or either, the promise of something or taking away something. So, it seems to me that the government proved that they at some level, it's not the coercion that maybe we're used to. And I've made the distinction between, with sex trafficking, we're always thinking about, some van in New Mexico, shuffling teenage girls to a motel. But the law doesn't require it to be that. The law could be, private jet, Four Seasons. If it's sex trafficking, it's still sex trafficking, like we learned that in the Epstein case.
Well, and I think it's also the idea of they've spent a long time talking about the guns, talking about the violence. I mean, focusing on the idea that Sean Combs went to go confront Suge Knight at Mel's Diner with guns. And if Cassie was aware of that, right, this is the environment she's in, this threatening, violent environment. I mean, I don't think the prosecution necessarily said this, but they should have, in my opinion. You know why she didn't fight back as much as she could have? You know why? Many different forms. Now, the other side of it is the defense said she could leave anytime. She ultimately left. Nothing happened to her. Jane, they say he tried to do the right thing. He paid her rent. He's damned if he does. He's damned if he doesn't. So you have these competing narratives. I would love to be a fly on the wall in this jury deliberation process because I think they are going to be battling back and forth about whether or not these are willing participants and whether or not this is coercion. You could talk about violence, right? You could talk about force. Force is easily defined, but coercion, something else. Okay, I have a poll. Excuse me. Do you believe the jury will reach a verdict quickly? Yes, within a day or two, 64%. 36% say no, it will take several days. I am in the 36% camp. I think we've been talking about it, that it might take some time. Let me go to you, Brian, on this one. Debbie Phillips 176 asks, who protects all the witnesses if he walks?
If they're not already in witness protection, the answer is nobody. The government's under no obligation to protect witnesses. And quite frankly, this isn't the kind of case where you would expect that kind of concern, at least coming directly from him. Now, fans and how crazy people react to these verdicts and acquittals and convictions, particularly in today's world, obviously everything is a danger. We see it day after day, but legally, nobody. If witnesses aren't testifying pursuant to some agreement where there's witness protection involved, then unless they've got the means, the local police and nobody.
By the way, just go back to you on this question, Brian. We have this note that we're waiting for. A note this early in the deliberations, what could it be? And what do you expect it won't be?
Well, sometimes I expected it's not a verdict, and I expected it's not a indication of them being hung in any way. I think what it probably is either a request for a clarification on an instruction or perhaps to see an exhibit. I don't know what exhibits have gone out with the jury. A lot of times, some of the first questions you got is, hey, could we see this tape? Could we see this text message? Could we see this particular document? And I suspect in this case, you're going to get a lot of those requests. But it also may be just a quick question about clarification of some instruction that one or more of the jurors heard that they need to hear once again.
So, Mauricio, I want to ask you this because I'm going to be switching gears. I'm going to have Sierra Gillespie jump on. I got to go record a sidebar, and she's going to cover our anchoring here. But I want to ask you this. You know, as we think about what the jury must be going through right now, and this is not to take away anything that they might be hearing or what they're considering. If the jury comes back with a question that signals to you a potential misunderstanding about the law, about what racketeering is, about what their duty is, about what deliberations are about. Is that concerning? Is that concerning for the prosecution? Is that concerning for the defense? This is a very complicated case. Even as an attorney who has gone through the filings, I sometimes have to remind myself about what the elements are and what the task is. If they come back with a question that's, arguably concerning about the law, what would you be thinking about it?
Well, listen, those questions are, they're the worst. Like everybody gets so nervous and you try and read so much because you really want to be that fly in the wall that you're talking about. You really want to get an inside idea of what the jurors are thinking, what the foreperson is thinking. But if they come back and they're confused regarding the law, then the judge is going to point them to the jury instructions. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what the jury instructions are there to do, to instruct the jury and to make sure that they're clear on the law, on the elements of the law, and on what they need to consider to either, acquit him or find them guilty of the different counts. So it's concerning. Now, if it's more concerning towards the prosecution or to the defense, the actual question is what's going to really determine who's more nervous, whether it's going to be the defense or whether it's going to be the prosecution, depending on the question.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Brian, Mauricio, stand by. I'm going to be jumping out, okay? Sierra Gillespie is going to be jumping in. We're taking more of your questions. We will find out what this jury note is about. We are in verdict watch right now in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. We'll be right back right after this.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, bringing you Law and Crime's live coverage of the Diddy trial. You guys, we are in the final countdown. We could have a verdict as early as today. That's right, we're already in deliberations. And by the way, thank you everyone who's been watching our live stream so far. I know we have people from all over the world. You guys have been following all day, so you of course know that there recently was a question from jurors. We're not even quite 2 hours into deliberations, and they already had a question. So Jesse Weber kind of left you on a cliffhanger, and I'm going to tell you what it's all about. Here's an update from the courthouse right behind me, because by the way, I'm live in the Southern District of New York. So here's what happens. Now, the judge says we have received a note from the jury that we have a juror, specifically juror 25, who we believe cannot follow your instructions. I would like to meet with the court about it. So the judge says, I suggest asking for more information. So that's kind of crazy, you guys. I mean, this morning we reported about jury instructions, right? This is so important going into deliberations almost 2 hours in, and it sounds like one of these jurors, juror number 25, says they might not be able to follow the instructions, which is the most important thing we have here. Whew, I got a lot of questions, and I want to break down the jury too. So let's do that quick before we get to our all-star panel of guests, who, by the way, I'm going to have a lot of good questions for them. And if you guys have questions, throw them into our chat, and we'll get to as many as we can. So here's the breakdown of the jury as of right now. Okay, this could be changing. Who's to say? I'm not going to report anything we don't know yet. But here's what we've got. So a male, an investment analyst. He's 31 years old, okay? So am I. So right around my age, my contemporary. And that's what it's supposed to be, right? A jury of P. Diddy's peers, okay? Another male, he is a scientist, age 51. So already we've got a pretty educated jury. On to another member, a male social worker, age 39. Another male architect, 57. I believe we've talked about him specifically, the architect, the newer juror who replaced juror number 6, because of course we all remember when that debacle happened. Another man, we've got a male-heavy jury here. He is a field technician, age 68. Another man, logistics analyst, age 67. So I guess that kind of shows the range and the age of these jurors too. Another male, he's now retired though, age 68, formerly in finance. Then onto the female side of the jury, okay? This one is 30 years old. She's a deli clerk. Another female, dietary aide, age 42. Okay. The next female, a treatment coordinator, age 74, which again shows the diversity we have here, especially in the ages of these jurors. 43 years old is the next juror, a female. She's a physician's assistant. And then the final one rounds us out, age 69, massage therapist. So you can just kind of see there the diversity that we have here in the jury. And by the way, I do have more updates about that note. I promise we will get to our panel in a minute. But here's what we have live from the courthouse behind me. This is AUSA Maureen Comey, the lead prosecutor for the government. She says, may we have a moment to digest what Your Honor has proposed? This is very sensitive. Then Mark Agnifilo for the defense, he replies and says, I suggest we just tell them it is early. You are just getting started. If there is a further issue, please let us know. Comey then replies and says, if we go that route, we suggest instructing the jurors it is important not to include any information about what is going on in the jury room. We are looking at U.S. versus Baker 262. So she's talking about a very specific citing something that has to do with all of this. Whoa, this is pretty heavy, you guys. Not to quote Marty McFly or Doc Brown here, but this is getting heavy. And I got to bring in our all-star panel of guests to break it all down with me, okay? So we have criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla, who's been a favorite on our live stream. And then, of course, criminal defense attorney Brian McMonigal. Thank you so much, both of you, for sticking with us. And Brian, I've got to ask you right away, what are you making of this jury note or question?
It's stunning. This early for there to be a note of that nature is stunning. They just began deliberating. And the indication is, at least from the foreman, that one of the jurors has just basically said, I'm not cooperating. We've had situations like that here in Philadelphia, and jurors have been replaced for that very reason, where they've been unwilling to deliberate with their fellow jurors, where they're unwilling to listen to instructions. I know we're getting a little bit down the road on this, but if in fact that is the case and the judge becomes concerned, he has the ability to bring the jury in one by one and voir dire each and every one of them about what this juror has done, and the juror themselves to ask questions about it. We're not there yet. It looks like both sides don't want to get to that point, but that's how this ends. This problem continues, which with voir dire and the possibility, not the probability, but the possibility that a juror could be replaced with an alternate. So this is stunning for me.
I think stunning is a great word for it. It's not something that we've expected. I mean, you guys, you viewers can look at the clock that we have here. We're not even at 2 hours yet into deliberations, and already something so stark such as this. I do have another small update right now. The judge says to both sides, and he's telling them, confer on a response. I'll stay here. So kind of, you two discuss. Mauricio, I've got to ask you, what does this mean? What are your thoughts?
Early on, they're fighting. They're not even fighting about the decision. They're fighting about how they're gonna come up to the decision. So I think that when you read into the question, I think what the question's highlighting is a power play that's going on. So one person is not getting along with another person. Maybe the fourth person has a problem with another person, and now he's saying, you're not following the rules given to us by the court. But when I hear that question, for me, it highlights that there's personality issues at play, and that they're fighting. So let's see what happens. But shocking that it's happening so quickly. And imagine it's not. It would foreshadow that this is going to be a long, drawn-out deliberation. That they've come up with that question only 2 hours in.
And I mean, the jury is so important, right? They're so paramount into all of this. And as you were talking, Mauricio, I was thinking the same thing. Like, if they're already arguing about all of this, we're looking at a long deliberation time, which, by the way, I am hosting live from the field, so I don't have a projection of like what we're seeing. So I do want to say that our note, I think I said we weren't quite at 2 hours yet. It looks like we're at 2 hours and 2 minutes, at least in the last minute, as far as the jury clock, or the deliberation clock, rather. It's being kind of funky, but that's kind of where we're at. So 2 hours, either way, pretty early. Now, I got to get to some of our viewer questions that we have for you guys, because a lot of you have provided us with some really stellar questions. So I'm going to start with this one for you, Brian. This is A Fly Guy says, a question for the panel. Is the jury in a federal trial exposed to the gallery where those people could see them, or are they somewhat secluded? And I believe I have a general answer to this. I haven't been inside the courtroom, but we do have our reporter, Elizabeth Milner, who's been in, talked to us about how the jurors are responding to things specifically like those freak-off videos. Were they hiding their faces? What were they doing? So what is your answer to this, Brian? Can they see the gallery and kind of interact in a way?
Well, in every trial I've ever had, the jury can see the gallery. They can see the entire courtroom, and the entire courtroom can see them. I know that there are issues in this case where they have kind of blocked off things for one reason or another. But the simple answer is yes, they're supposed to be able to see the gallery. It is a public courtroom, and it should be open, and it should be, a situation where everybody can see everybody.
And I mean, that is the beauty of America. These are public courthouses. So if you are watching right now and you want to come see the Diddy trial, I mean, they are in deliberation, so they're a bit more secluded then, but you're allowed to just come down to this courthouse here in Southern Manhattan, walk in and go. I mean, that's really all you need. Now, for a case like P. Diddy, obviously there's a bigger list. There's media credentials and things that go into it, but that's really what it is. And it's only kind of different in the federal system that we don't get cameras because it is federal. In some states, we can live stream the court. I mean, I know a lot of you long crime viewers have seen all of that. So it is interesting. Now, on to another question that we have from one of our viewers, Navy Mom FL, I'm guessing Florida, 7294. This one's going for you, Mauricio, because I know you have a history with Florida. So maybe this question doesn't have anything to do with Florida, but hey, I'm connecting you two. Now, she says, Law and Crime Network, what are the odds jury tampering occurred? And did Diddy somehow pay off a juror? Sounds like a movie, but movies are based on reality. I mean, anything's possible in this case, Mauricio. What do you think about jury tampering?
Well, listen, anything's possible, but I think it's a stretch to read that into the note that was just published from the jury. They're just saying that there's a juror that refuses to abide by the rules given to them by the court. It's a little bit of a stretch to now imply that P. Diddy bought a juror, but I mean, the way that he's conducted himself, not only historically but ever since his incarceration, it wouldn't be something that I don't think anybody would be shocked at. if because he seems to be such a controlling individual. He seems to be the type of guy that thinks that he can control anything, including a federal trial, including jurors. So I wouldn't be shocked if something like that comes out eventually, especially since I remember in this case they had him on the jail phone talking to people and trying to influence certain people. I know that he tried social media to try and influence certain certain chunks of the population with his social media presence. So I wouldn't be shocked, but it is a stretch to read that into the note that was published.
Now, I do have a real-time update for all of you. Thank you, by the way, to our producers who are working tirelessly on this live stream to bring you the updates. Juliana, Jordan, Alex, Nick, so many people are going into making this possible. So keep sending us questions and shout-outs for those people. I love to say it. Okay, so here's an update that we have about juror number 25, right? The juror in question who says they may not be able to follow the directions, the jury instructions. So here's what we know. According to NBC, I do want to cite that, juror number 25, a 51-year-old male from Manhattan who has a PhD in molecular biology and neuroscience, so got the credentials there. He listens to classical music and opera, and his hobbies include art, science, cooking, and the outdoors. Okay, so now that we know a bit more about that juror, Ryan, does it make any more sense why this person would have any sort of problem following these instructions? He's clearly an educated person who should be able to follow them. Do you think it's more of a moral or ethical issue?
It makes absolutely no sense to me based on the individual that you've just described, if in fact that is the individual who, according to the foreman, is creating the problem. But, people are, as Mauricio will tell you, everybody's different. Everybody reacts to things differently. Everybody's got their own personalities. There may be significant personality conflicts. You may have the foreperson being of one personality, the individual in question of another, and they're just colliding. And you see that a lot with juries. You just don't see that kind of question this quickly. Usually you get that kind of a question 2 days after deliberations where everybody's been banging their heads and they can't have a meeting of the minds and somebody goes and sits in a corner. You never have it 2 hours in. So there's a significant issue here where somebody has angered somebody else or basically decided that they're just not going to communicate in some fashion, which is a real danger for the prosecution.
It sounds like things are fiery. I mean, I'm here in Manhattan. I have my fan. This is my third fan. I have 2 more here. So things are hot outside. And it sounds like things are hot inside too. I mean, if this soon, what you're saying, Brian, this soon we have somebody who's stirring the pot in this way, I mean, I don't know, things are fiery. And again, I did describe juror number 25. I talked about, his history, all of that. That is from NBC. I do want to cite that and report that because we're still early on in as far as our reporting about this specific juror. So I gotta make sure to cite them and all of that. Now, we do have another person who wrote in asking about this question. And I guess this just goes to show we've been live streaming all day. We keep bringing you guys the updates. It's a bit out of date now, but I do still want to shout her out. Her name is Emily Atelier, I believe. She says, hey, what could this potential note from the jury be, which we, of course, now do know? What would be the question you would want to know this soon in deliberation? And I just had to shout her out. We, of course, now know what it is, so we'll discuss that. But she says, love the show. Thank you for your amazing coverage on this trial. So thank you so much, Emily, for watching. And any of you who have questions, again, keep dropping them down. Now, here's another viewer question we have. Can you ask the panel about their experience on working with jury consultants? Have either of you worked with the brilliant Linda Moreno, who's Diddy's jury consultant before? Mauricio, I'm going to toss that one to you. What do you make of jury consultants, which obviously are very important considering the jury is very important?
But I have worked with various jury consultants. I think they're important. If you have to get the right fit for the right case, and nowadays there's consultants that really use social media, and they while you're doing voir dire and you have your co-counsel, there's consultants that are right there on the spot researching to give you a better idea of who the juror is when taking into consideration their social media profile and their whatever digital footprint they've left out there, so you have an idea of politically where they stand. So nowadays consultants that actually use that type of technology can really assist you like never before. So this is a whole time for trial attorneys to take advantage of the fact that people's lives, their opinions, their mindset, all of it is public information many times that you could find and you could use to your advantage. And at the end of the day, picking a jury is the most stressful part of a trial. Why? Because trial attorneys know that you make a mistake there, you're going to lose. So regardless of what you did during the trial, if you made a mistake and you got that wrong juror on the jury, all of it was for nothing. The 8, 9, 10 weeks, and I've seen it play out in front of my face to my detriment and to my favor. So I've been around long enough to see it, work in both ways.
I mean, the stakes here are really high. The jury is of the utmost importance in all of this. And like I said, Diddy faces life in prison. That's why this is so important for the jury and this jury issue for it to get solved, which, by the way, we're going to stay on, hopefully, until we have some sort of resolution in all of this. So don't go away, you guys. We're going to take a quick break right now and then come back, hopefully, with some updates very soon. So stick with us.
Well, there you have it. There's a juror that's going rogue. So he's not going to be able to go follow the rules. Most people thought it might have been some of those people who are not highly educated. And this is a person who is highly educated stating this fact. So I don't know. That's very interesting. So what do you think? I have someone said here. Let's see here. It says, what about the allegations of the witness tampering? That was in 2024, right? Distribution continued to. So I don't know how he was supposed to be in jury tampering. I thought it was, witness tampering. I guess calling some of the girls. I don't know. This case is going to be a landmark case, And if he is found guilty, I do believe that they will try to expand what RICO is, because the distribution thing, y'all better watch out. Thank God I don't get high. But puff, puff, pass. If they want to get you on a RICO and you one of those people on the other side of the law, puff, puff, pass can get you a distribution. And I think that is nuts. That is nuts. So any addict, you better not be out there sharing your drugs. Keep it to yourself. That's what we learn here. And we also learn you better not be taking these.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Law and Crime's live coverage. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, live in the Southern District of Manhattan, where deliberations are underway in the United States versus P. Diddy. Okay, so we're about 2 hours into deliberations. And right before that, we get a note from the jury. Okay, and I want to go through for those of you who are just tuning in with us so we can kind of go back and talk about what we know right now. So at first, we report, okay, we're getting a note. Don't know what it is. The prosecution reads it first and then over to the defense. So if I can go through, I'm sorry, I have so many notes and I'm hosting from the field. So I have to go back to find where this jury note is from. is saved for me. And again, I guess this just goes to show that we're live throughout all of this, you guys. We are here camped outside of the courthouse. We will continue to bring you updates as soon as we have them, as often as we do. So that's why sometimes things are a little scrambly, because we want to make sure that we can get them to you as soon as we possibly can. So here it is. I have found it. Now, the judge says we have received a note from the jury that we have a juror number 25, who we believe cannot follow the instructions. I would like to meet with the court about it. And the judge says, I suggest we ask for more information. After this, United States Assistant Attorney Maureen Comey, she says, may we have a moment to digest, Your Honor, what you have proposed? This is very sensitive. Mark Agnifilo then replies and says, I suggest we just tell them early, you are just getting started. If there is a further issue, please let us know. So then Comey replies and says, if we go that route, we suggest instructing jurors it is important not to include any information about what is going on in the jury room. And then she cites a specific case from prior to all of this. So the juror in question is juror number 25. Okay, so right away we're asking, which juror is this? We have so many, we want to narrow it down. And this is per reporting from NBC that juror number 25 is a 51-year-old male from Manhattan who has a PhD in molecular biology and in neuroscience. He listens to classical music and opera, and his hobbies include art, science, cooking, and the outdoors. So that's kind of what we know as of right now. I have one more update for you that is brand new to our live stream. The judge says it's 1:48 p.m. So this is just a couple of minutes ago. It's 1:48 p.m. See if you can come to an agreed upon note. I'll come back at 2 p.m. and we'll figure this out, okay? So that's 7 minutes from right now. Right now it's 1:53, so we could have an answer really soon, but right now all we have is questions. So who better to ask these questions to than our all-star panel who have agreed to stay on late with us today. So let's bring those guys out. Criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla and criminal defense attorney Brian McMonigal. Thank you both for sticking with us. And I think we've talked about it, but just how important it is to have a note like this so early in jury selection. Mauricio, I know we talked about this a bit more, but we are getting viewers by the second. So I got to ask again, what do you make of this note and how important is it?
I think it illustrates that they're fighting. I think it illustrates that there's personality conflicts. If you read the note, that he's not obeying the court rules, or at the end of the day, maybe what it is that he's saying, either he's saying, I think he's guilty or I think he's innocent, and that's it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. And someone's telling him, no, we need to discuss it further. And maybe he's refusing one way or another. We know he's an intelligent person. He has a PhD. So it could be the type of guy where he says, listen, I've made up my mind. I don't need to discuss this any further. And maybe the situation is that everybody else in the room is telling him, no, pursuant to the court's instruction, we need to fully flesh out why you feel that way. We need to continue to discuss it. And maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe he's like, there's nothing else to discuss. I've sat through this trial for 8 weeks. I either think he's guilty or I think he's not guilty. And they're telling him, no, we need to continue to hash this out. We need to continue to talk. And maybe he doesn't want to talk. If anything, I feel that the note is showing that maybe the foreperson doesn't have either the personality or the ability to deal with juror 25. And that could have been brewing for the past 8 weeks during the trial. Maybe these are two people that have been butting heads that don't like each other. And now it's come to fruition. Now it's a time that they really need to cooperate and work together. And maybe he's saying, listen, I've made up my mind. I don't need to discuss it any further. And they're telling him, no, this is a group exercise and we need to come to an agreement together. Maybe that's what it is.
And I mean, at this point, we're about 2 months into the trial, way longer than 2 minutes. It feels like 2 minutes worth of deliberations. But you know what I'm trying to say? Like, these people who have been sitting there on the jury day after day, they've been hearing it. And I know we went into voir dire where they're supposed to have an open mind. But I mean, Brian, is it possible that as we're going through this and hearing all of the testimony and the evidence, that juror number 25 in his head is like, okay, I'm not talking to anyone about this until deliberations, but he's guilty. Okay, I think he's guilty. And he doesn't want to discuss things. I mean, is that something that could be part of the problem, Brian?
Absolutely. I mean, it could certainly be the case that this individual's come to a verdict and doesn't really need further dialogue. What's really stunning to me, and I know I've said it, is how quick this note came and the fact that the note came at all. I mean, this is a foreman in a jury telling the entire world, really, if you think about it, because of the high publicity nature of this trial, that a juror is out of bounds, that one of their fellow number is engaging in misconduct, informing on that other juror. Imagine now the dynamics. And did the rest of the jurors agree that that note should be sent? Did all 10 other jurors, in addition to the foreman, say, yeah, we better let the judge know that this guy or this person, I should say, is not cooperating? That's the thing that really strikes at me, that it happened so quickly and that there has really been a telling on this juror by another juror, the foreperson. I've never seen anything happen like this so quickly in deliberations. It really is stunning, and it doesn't bode well for a quick verdict at all if there's ever going to be one.
This is a monumental trial for so many reasons, least of all what you just said. You've never seen anything like this happen before. And I guess it does kind of get me wondering, is this kind of a tattletale situation where it's only the foreperson who's like, I'm upset with this, I'm going to write in that note? Or is it majority of the jury who's like, hey, this is a red flag? I mean, when I think of jury deliberations, first of all, we all want to be a fly on the wall and know what's going on in there. But I always think of 12 Angry Men, the classic movie. There could just be that one who's like, I'm not changing my mind. You know, if that's what it is what it is. And is it the foreperson or the jury as a whole that is having issues with it? I mean, we can speculate, and let's do it. But first, I do have to give you a quick update. Per CNN, the parties are proposing that the judge send a note back to the panel. So, Mauricio, I'm going to go to you on that. It's kind of a two-parter. One, what would that even kind of look like with the judge sending this note back? Would they be further instructions? What would that look like? And then kind of off the tail end of what Brian is saying, he says, if at all there is a verdict, could this then lead to a mistrial?
Well, listen, the problem is that when they're telling the judge to send a note back into the jury, judges are very hesitant to start doing that because that's a communication that the judge is having with the jury. So a lot of judges want to avoid that because now we're talking about appellate issues. Like, you know, I didn't sit through the trial, so I can't speak about the appellate issues that actually occurred with the objections at trial and things of that nature. But one way or the other, when you have this type of situation with a juror, that's going to be an appeal one way or the other. You know what I mean? Like whether or not, if he sends a note back later on, the language in that note is going to be highly scrutinized. What occurred with that juror is going to be highly scrutinized. Whatever happens with them, like if they replace him with an alternate, that's going to be scrutinized. So what's happening right now in real time is going to be later on scrutinized by appellate attorneys with their highlighters, and I could expect that this would end up in some type of a appellate motion in the future.
Oh, it's so interesting to think because sometimes when we're just watching a case, we're like, okay, is it going to be guilty or is it going to be not guilty? Those are the options, plus maybe a mistrial in there. Who's to say? But a good defense attorney, their job is to keep track of everything so that if there is a conviction, we have an appeal. And so I'm sure you're right, Mauricio, that whatever is written on this note by Judge Arun Subramanian, if that is in fact sent over to the jury, is going to be so important. For those of you just joining us, hi, thanks for tuning in. And remember, you can send us any sort of questions for our all-star panel that we have here. And I have another one for you now. This is from Liz Murph. So I'm going to send this one over to you, Brian. And this is a good question, Liz. Okay, so how/why is the jury made up of 8 men and just 4 women? 2 times the men than the women, watching hours of sex tapes and all the rest, which she doesn't write, but I'm just going to say freak-offs. Is gender not considered, even giving the subject matter in this case? Brian, what do you think? I mean, I do think that the gender is pretty important in all of this. What are your thoughts?
Well, blame the lawyers because they picked the jury. You know, both sides had the ability to pick jurors. I don't know what the composition of the entire panel is. Sometimes, you know, I've recently had it in a case where a lot of the potential panel was female. But here, I think with jury consultants and the like, there was a significant thoughtful decision to put more men on the jury than women for whatever reason. And you know, I've said it 100 times. You know, trying to ascribe, gender-wise, what's better in a case involving sexual allegations is sometimes a fool's errand. And the fact that it's 8-4 is simply a reflection of the lawyers' choices. The government wanted those 12 people. The defense wanted those 12 people. And it turned out to be 8-4 men to women. It sometimes is completely the opposite. Just had a jury recently that was 10-2, women to men, and it was really just, it had nothing to do with gender. The case, it was just the way that the strikes went, and the way that the panel was constructed. So I wouldn't read a lot into it, but if someone's upset about it, it's the blame or the praise that should be given to the jury for the jury they picked, because they decided who was going to be on that jury.
I've said this before, and I'm happy to say it again right now. I've talked about it on my show Scandal, which, by the way, if you like what you're seeing today, I cover P. Diddy on my channel, and I also cover all things celebrity gossip and crime. So make sure to subscribe to all of that. But I've said it before, and here I am again. I do not envy these jurors, because they have to go through a lot. I mean, not only just sitting there and hearing the witness testimony and seeing these very graphic images or videos or text messages, for that matter, some of the things that were read in court, I wouldn't want to speak aloud here on this live stream. But not only do they do that, but they have to follow all of these instructions, which now I guess we've seen one of these jurors apparently can't follow the instructions or won't follow the instructions. Hopefully we'll have more clarification. And actually, I kind of want to ask you guys about this too, because specifically mentioned in all of this, Maureen Comey threw out something called U.S. versus Baker. She kind of cited this as a former case. Now, this is from Inner City Press's reporting. While still waiting, in a case USA Comey cited, so she cited USA versus Baker. Second Circuit upheld removal of a juror who, quote, refused to participate in deliberations as required by her obligations as a juror, despite the rule of Thomas, which was the first case that had been cited. So, Mauricio, I know that this is a lot, and I'm throwing this at you, but I'm wondering, do you know about this case at all in the past, U.S. versus Baker, or what all this means?
It's a case that highlights, jury misconduct and when you can replace a juror and when you can't. I think that's what he was getting at. He's basically saying, listen, it's not that simple a decision on whether or not we're going to keep this juror or not, or we don't want to interfere with the process of the jury. So I don't know. It's been a minute since I've read it, but I think it's a case that highlights, improper actions and regarding jurors. So for the most part, judges want to allow the jury to do their own thing. The moment that the case gets into the hands of the jury is supposed to, conduct its own thing. And you don't want to really affect that, because anything that you do is going to be scrutinized. Like right now, if the judge writes them a note and says, anything where the judge is crossing over and really instructing them improperly, then it could be a mistrial, then it could be an appeal. So judges don't want to cross any lines. They want to let them do their own thing. So I would envision that if the judge does write a note back, it's going to be very generic. Keep trying, continue to work together. Look at the evidence. In my opinion, in my experience, that's the only type of communication that you can expect from a judge to a jury, because judges at the end of the day, they don't want to get appealed.
When you said keep trying, it sent me back to Prairie Elementary School, where I went as a kid. And when you didn't do well on your assignment, the teacher would give you a sticker that said, keep trying, you guys. So that's kind of what it sounds like to me, being very generic. And to your point here, I mean, this isn't Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in 2003, where you can phone a friend. Once the case is given to the jury, it's given to the jury. It's up to them. They can't go back and say, well, hey, what do you think, defense attorneys? What was your thoughts on this? They're supposed to discuss it together. So to your point, I mean, I don't know. They should be talking it out. And also, I do have another update from court as of 2:02 p.m. So just a couple of minutes ago, the judge asks, do we have an agreed upon response? So it seems like perhaps maybe he's asking that the defense and the prosecution work together for a response to the jury. Now, Combs is Mark Agnifilo says, no, we do not. And Comey says, Ms. Slavic has emailed it to Chambers, which, so she's sent off the email, it sounds like. Now, the judge asks, do we have the defense proposal? Comey says, okay, it's going to be in Ms. Slavic's email. Now, another update, the judge said I would prefer, hold on one second. I'm sorry. We're getting so many updates in all of this. And again, just to remind any of you who are just tuning in, I'm live hosting from the field and getting updates second by second. So I'm trying to bring them to you as fast as I can and give you all of the updates on all of that. Okay, so the judge says, I would prefer to have a neutral response like the government's draft response. That's the one I'll use. I'll put it on the court's letterhead, okay? Then Agnifilo replies and says, there is no suggestion the juror will not follow instructions, so our proposal is more inert. So, okay, Brian, break this down for me. Does it sound like both sides are working together, the defense and the prosecution, to come up with a response that the judge will write out, but they're maybe disagreeing on it? What does all this mean?
Well, you can count on disagreement. And what the judge is trying to do, and it was highlighted earlier, this judge doesn't want to create a problem. And so the judge smartly is saying to the parties, hey, listen, I'm not going to listen to you guys complain later. Give me what you collectively want me to do. And he's doing that for a very good reason, because he wants to protect both interests, both parties, and not give them a reason to complain later. The defense, though, very smartly is basically saying, no, we're not going to agree with some instruction that the government agrees to just for the sake of agreement. We're concerned about Diddy's rights. We're concerned about this case. We're concerned about removing a potential juror or influencing a verdict at this point. So it doesn't surprise me that the parties don't agree. They haven't agreed for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And my guess is that the judge will, as he is suggesting, send something very neutral back to this jury so he can't be accused later on appeal of in some way molding this jury into a verdict, or perhaps causing a situation where a juror has to be removed. And that's the last thing anybody wants. But that case they cited is precisely what happened. You can remove a juror who simply is obstinate and not willing to interact and think through a verdict with his fellow jurors. But the judge is playing it right. It's the smart move. Try and get them to agree so nobody can complain later.
Brian, you're so right. I don't know why I was in any way surprised that the defense and the prosecution weren't exactly on the same page here, when they haven't been on the same page at all. They've had lots of arguments in the weeks, months really, since we've talked about this case, since the indictment back in September of last year. So of course they're going to disagree on this, right? And it's so important too. And actually there's another instance that we recently saw of a major disagreement from the government and of course the defense. And that takes us back to June 16th, when juror number 6 was dismissed. So on that day, the judge actually dismissed juror 6 over the juror's inconsistent disclosures about where he lives. So another dismissal that occurred earlier on in all of this. And if you guys remember all of this, it was that the juror said that he lived in New York. He had a New York ID, a New York license. However, he stayed with his girlfriend, the mother of his child, at times in New York. But he specified, I believe it was his aunt. So this is off the top of my head. So if I'm wrong, chatters, correct me, because I know you've been following the case too. But I believe he was saying that he was staying, in New York most of the week. His mail was still sent there. He had his ID. And yet the inconsistent responses there were a red flag from the government. However, the defense wanted to keep this juror. They wrote a really lengthy motion in order to keep this juror. They talked specifically about how this is a black juror. They want to keep him on. They highlighted that incredibly. What do you think about that, Mauricio? Is that at all telling, this past of dismissing juror number 6 with what could happen in the future for this issue with juror number 25?
Well, first of all, obviously the defense is going to make a big deal about striking a juror that's of the same race as your client. You want juries to take into consideration, to be equal when it comes to race. You want all races represented, and you want the race of your particular client to be represented in the jury. Now, if they excluded that juror, that's going to be an appellate issue for sure. One way or the other, they got rid of him, and that motion that the defense wrote is not only to try and convince the judge not to do it, but to solidify the issue in the future for the appeal, because you want to make sure that you make all your arguments and you put your objection on the record. Now, if they already did that once during trial because they had no choice, the judge is going to be really hard pressed to do it again. He doesn't want a mistrial. He doesn't want to create appellate issues. And at the end of the day, the reason that this is so shocking, and I think Brian would agree, that they did it so quickly. So it's more an indictment as to the jury as a whole, as to the foreperson, about working together as it is regarding juror number 25. Because even if juror number 25 was being hard-headed, even if juror 25 was being stubborn, it's the role of the foreperson and the role of the jury to continue to try and talk. Listen, why do you feel that way? Let's listen. At the end of to throw your hands up within 2 hours and write a note, ratting them out to the judge, that is not indicative that the jury as a whole is functioning as they should. And it would be worrisome, I think, more for the prosecution than the defense, because, at the end of the day, a mistrial or a hung jury is a loss for the prosecution more than it is for the defense, because for the defense, if you get a hung jury in a case like this and they decide to retry it, you already know their case. They didn't put up a defense, but the prosecution put up their case. That means that now the defense knows everything that you have. There are no more secrets.
And that's not something we want to see right this far into all of it after 8 weeks of coverage, not to mention all the civil cases we here have personally covered on Law and Crime. We want to know the verdict, right? I think that's what everyone wants. And by the way, I do have an update right now from court. So this is definitive what's going on. The judge says, I don't want to suggest to the jury that there is any particular time they must deliberate. I don't want them to tell them they just got started. I'm going with the government version. We will print that out and send it on. So it sounds to me like Judge Arun Samaranian is saying, hey, there's no time length here. If you guys feel like you've come to a decision here, that's it, okay? So it sounds like whatever the government had written up, that Christy Slavic had written up, it sounds like that is what is going to be sent over to the jury, and that's that. So I guess we're going to see what happens. And by the way, I do want to thank everyone who's been with us on this live stream. Again, I'm reporting live here in the Southern District of New York. Behind me is the courthouse where the deliberations are ongoing right now. So if there are any other updates that come, we have our live equipment right here. We can be up in a flash. So stick with us, stay on our live stream. We'll make sure to bring you any updates as we have them. For now, I'm going to close out though and say thank you very much to both of our amazing guests, Mauricio and Brian, for sticking on with us a little bit longer and breaking down this really, really important juror issue. Thank you both for sticking with us. And also, if you can't get enough Diddy, just like me, and if you love Jesse Weber, just like I do, make sure to take a look at the podcast that we have now. It's the second season of Law and Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, hosted by none other than Jesse Weber. So it's back starting June 17th. So it's already back exclusively on Wondery Plus. The trailer just dropped, and you can find it right now on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Make sure to subscribe now to be the first to know when there are any sort of Diddy updates. Jesse and his guests will be there breaking down each day of testimony in a compelling narrative that features incredible live reporting from our very own Queen Elizabeth Milner and some of your favorite guests. Take a listen.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over.
I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law and Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history. Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week, we break down the courtroom drama as it happens. How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
Yeah, you can go in. Diddy Trial. Her name is.